You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hello and welcome to Force 13 Live. We are covering what appears to be a rather likely landfall of Typhoon Hinnamnor after its very long trek across the Western Pacific, becoming a Category 5 probably twice, and then ballooning into that big monster that we saw and becoming a major typhoon Category 3 again in the East China Sea. We're now seeing almost the conclusion of this powerful storm. It's already passed the island of Jeju, South Korea, and it's now very close to the mainland. It would appear from latest trends that we're expecting a landfall close to Jeoji in about, just trying to figure this out, probably in about 2 hours time, based on latest estimates, maybe a little bit later than that. So this storm is coming in to make landfall very shortly. Of course, it's a very early hour in South Korea right now. It's just after 3 a.m. We will be staying on the air until the storm makes landfall, which looks like it's probably going to be about daybreak. Large storm. It's weakened a little bit, as you would expect, or certainly would have hoped for, since our last update. We're now estimating its sustained winds to be at 100 miles per hour, which is still 160 kilometers per hour sustained, and a pressure of 947 millibars. We're still expecting large amounts of rain. Still, some areas could receive an extra 9 to 10 inches, 250 millimeters in Korea, on top of what's already fallen. I don't actually have numbers for how much rain has fallen, but I noticed one or two comments already saying that Jeju received 10 inches of rain, which, if true, sounds about right, if not maybe a little bit less than what was expected actually. I think Jeju Island was expecting around 15 to 16 inches. Anyway, we'll dissect all of that shortly. Back in the studio, my name is Nathan Foy here once again. The bottom bar's not working right now, but we'll be fixing it shortly. And I'm joined by my team. We have with us right now a few people. We've got David, Taniel, Christian, Kenneth, and Marlene. Let's first talk to Kenneth. You are our main cyclone analyst here. So tell us your thoughts on this storm from your perspective.
Sure. So currently, Hinnamnor is very close. It is over Korean Strait, and it still remains its concentric island structure. Winds near 100 miles per hour at the southeastern side because of its nearly 40 kilometers per hour movement speeding towards the northeast. Whilst its weakening is to remain pretty deep pressure with observation extrapolation, still supporting pressure values around approximately 945 to 950 millibars, which we currently run with 947 at the moment. Let's have some radar, shall we?
I can grab that at my end here and show everyone.
Or you can just share my screen.
Oh, you've got that?
Yeah.
Alright, live radar here.
Yeah. So you can see the inner eye wall has weakened considerably. There's also break in the western outer eye wall. You can see very clear the concentric eye wall structure. The inner eye wall is degraded quite a bit, which contributes to a considerable pressure increase in the past 6 to 12 hours. we have a 930s a half day ago, but we ran up by 10 something millibars uh uh like right now because the inner eye will weaken significantly, but you can still see the outer eye was still very intense. Those over 50-60 millimeters of rain currently affecting the coast of Gyeongsangnam-do, and still some part of Cholanam-do, yeah, still affecting severely by the outer eye wall. Still, let me see any surface observation near that. Namhae. Yeah. You see very strong winds as well. Like, you can see those winds like 90 kilometers gusting near hurricane force wind. Some places maybe already suffering from hurricane force winds already. Storm to hurricane force winds already affecting those areas. Those the coastal areas with torrential over 50 to 70 millimeters of rain, and will persist for quite several hours at the outer eye wall, skirt through the coast. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. Daniel, you've got a live view from a particular
Busan?
location. Busan?
Busan, yeah. I never say it correct the first time, but close enough. This is looking out. I don't necessarily know the direct location, but you can obviously see the waves and the surge coming in the area. Some waves are already crashing over the seawall or the rocky seawall.
God.
Kind of intimate to get taller as it passes by. And by the way, as I'm looking on satellite, it seems like the eye is still trying to reform.
Is it?
No.
I'm seeing clearing in the center, still wrapped around. I've been seeing convection trying to flare a new eye wall replacement, but it's gonna fail to do so in time.
That is a very typical phenomenon. That there's some convection refi in the eye wall. Well, that's a pretty typical thing during the replacement. But end up of course it will fail because shear is indeed increasing, skyrocketing because the jet interaction. But like a day ago, it's being fostered. The deepening is fostered. Like yesterday, it has 927 millibars supported by Pinghu oil platform, but right now pressure rose by around 20 millibars because the shear increased. The eye replacement cycle, when the inner eye was just imploded, the pressure just drastically rise. But still, 947 is still very deep value for rough seas and storm surge, along with those nasty purple area for the torrential rain. Those are bringing extreme flooding to those areas. I mean, Jeju already having over 700 millimeters of rain reported, possibly
Really?
still raining. Yeah, there's the rainfall graphic. They have it.
Oh, just a moment. This is very important.
Let me try to crash that. Right. I'm gonna use Google Translate. I give up. Temperature. It should be that. Is the precipitation?
Looks like it.
Yeah. 12 hour for 42.8. Is it this? I mean, I haven't taken any Korean class. That happened tomorrow. Sorry about that. Right, this. Yeah. Yeah, this is...
That's the daily total.
Yeah, that should be so, yeah.
Oh, total for the day so far.
And then you add that 3 hours, yeah.
Yes.
That's like 800 plus, still, but it's still increasing. Those areas currently affected by inner eye wall probably very worse right now.
That's quite insane, and we are seeing it on our imagery as well, as we finally got our bottom bar working again. So if we zoom right in, you might be able to see some of the places that are getting affected by those really intense rain bands, and they are in some of those little areas maybe 70, 80 millimeters per hour rain rates, admittedly for a very short time, but just goes to show how torrential it is. And it's not just the immediate vicinity of the storm. Further north as well, a secondary area really, Kenneth, of extremely heavy rainfall that's been persisting all over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, right above it is also a jet trough.
Yep.
Pretty much, yeah, a jet trough. That's why there's something called jet interaction, because you can see those significant divergence. Yeah, right over the north of the system, you can see. Yeah, those vorticity, the convergence. You can see very massively, which favors cloud formation and hence the rainfall. You can see, yeah, generally over 10 millimeters for an entire day, which the soil will be, the ground will be saturated and increase the risk of a national flooding, especially for Jeju and the very southern coast that is will be brushed or being brushed by the current northern outer eye wall.
We're looking at a close-up of the storm here again now, sweeping towards the northeast, and you may be able to make out a lot of those locations along the south coast and islands. A lot of islands haven't been marked on this map, they're just too small to be noticed by this tool. But I can tell you some distances from some of those islands that are closer in. A lot of them aren't inhabited, I don't think. I believe there's one called Goldo, which is only 24 kilometers from the storm. There's Dongang-ri, which is 28, and there is Yochi Island, which is 30 kilometers away, and then it gets on towards more populated areas like Tongyong, which is 61 kilometers away, and Gyeoji, which is 72, and then Busan, which is 119 kilometers away right now. How fast do you reckon this storm's moving, Kenneth?
Around 40 kilometers per hour.
Yikes.
Yeah, and it's still accelerating because, well, that's what you expect from a jet interaction. A storm would just accelerate from like any speed all the way up from 30, 40, and then to over 60. As it finishes transition, it can go over 60 kilometers.
So basically we're looking at landfall in less than 3 hours.
It could be if it's going to make one, but yeah. But likely the hurricane full circle, like the sustained winds, the strongest should be over the southeast eye wall because it's moving northeast, so the southeast quarter is going to be the strongest, but still the most intense rainfall is still at the northern side.
Should mention something. I should mention, that this is taking a more eastward approach than what was forecasted earlier. It's going more off to the east, so it's gonna be a little later until its landfall. So, just wanted to mention that. Keeping an eye on it. If it wobbles even more to the east, it might just be a partial landfall.
Somehow, yeah, it is going to have our passage. But it is still expected a northward factor will continue to increase that turn more north, a bit more north. So maybe a Busan landfalls landfalls likely.
That's what it's looking like right now.
Yeah, because I don't know. When the outer eye wall approaches further, then the terrain, the vorticity should drag the center more towards the north. A center tends towards when it's near landfall. When the eye is partially inside the storm, the terrain, because of the higher roughness length, would drag the storm towards land. That's what research said from Rainfall lecturer. Yeah.
That's interesting. Certainly looking at Daniel's screen right now, it's looking pretty, well, definitely choppy, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is actually a body of water that's quite shielded from the outside. If it's where I think it is, I imagine it's on that smaller body of water that looks right into the center of Busan, looking at a map.
Probably. But already the winds are causing chop to be, well, doing it over the rock embankments over there. And there goes one right there. That might just be off camera for the stream to see.
Lots of cloud cover, very visible there as well.
Yes.
We'll try and zoom that camera out a little bit and pan it across so that we can see what's happening on the left-hand side, which is arguably
Where
a
you
bit
can
more
see,
interesting.
yeah. Yeah.
Is that a walkway there?
Kind of, it looks like it, or a street. You can obviously see waves crashing over the wall. Even if it's rocky, these waves are just too high for those rocks to fully degrade them. I saw one that was very powerful earlier. It was like 5 feet taller than even when it was over the wall. So it did a very powerful splash over. Some scary stuff. I wish there was a camera right down there. No, there's another camera somewhere else. But it's like all news station crap on it.
Let's see if we've got some more questions right now. Someone wants to know landfall time in CDT, Central Time in the US.
That would be in 2 hours. That'd be like 3 or 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Okay.
Yep.
The only other question I really saw there is whether Busan could get a miss from the core.
No, it's
No.
already very near the core, and it went straight towards the northeast. It's currently very bad condition with torrential rainfall over 20 millimeters, closing up to 30 millimeters per hour rainfall. With let me see. Yeah, you can see those purple areas here. You can see those wind and wind gusts already reaching gale force winds, and those dark, deep purple, even pink area. Those are hurricane force winds, and it will approach Busan area. And the worst condition is expected to arrive. Let me see. Yeah, in just an hour, probably an hour or two. Yeah. The worst condition would just arrive.
Interestingly, as I'm watching, I'm really studying the infrared imagery and just visible. As I'm watching the last like few hours, it seems to be pushing more eastward.
Throw visible away, I'll say.
I'm looking at infrared right now.
You utilize all the user radar. At this point, except for during the FORAC and ADT, I'll throw infrared entirely.
Exactly.
Don't
have to always throw it away. Still good to look at it.
Oh.
Still gives you your information.
I've been looking at Korean news and looking at skyline images. Looks like they've boarded up really good, which is a good sign. That they're actually taking precautions for this storm. But there are some live cameras that are showing pretty much deteriorating conditions near the system.
I see. You're looking at part of that right now. So, quite a significant event, of course, ongoing with this storm. It is probably one of the most substantial for this area in quite a long time. Certainly, it threatened to be even more so than that. Still at this point, 100-mile-an-hour winds. That's 160 kilometers per hour sustained. Makes it certainly in the higher levels of what kind of impact South Korea has experienced in the past. have a few more questions. Feel free to send your messages in to on the YouTube chat. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Will this be the lowest pressure landfall in South Korea on record? I doubt it.
Should not be. Shouldn't be.
Could be. Is there a 950 observation in previous typhoons?
I'm just going to look for
I
the
can't remember
strongest one
Mamie.
now. I'll find out.
Mamie or Sarah?
Sarah's got to be the one to beat. Let me just try and find out.
Is Sarah or Mamie? I can't recall that.
I'll have a look. So, Typhoon Sarah 1959 was a Category 5 peak, as we know. Made the only ever Category 3 landfall in South Korea, and it was pretty much over Busan. And the pressure data isn't on this source, so I'll have to check somewhere else.
While you're looking for that, I want to point out that the tornadic threat is still very apparent with this system.
Yep.
To say for a fact, now it seems like what's left of that quote-unquote outer and now left over and now weakening inner eye wall has tornadic cells popping in and out. So that's interesting. And still, Japan is still getting the worst of the tornadic in the bands.
Zoom in a little bit. I mean, I need a very detailed radar explanation how the cells in.
Kenneth, before we go on to that, just want to mention Sarah. It's in pretty much the same spot as where this storm is now. There was a 0Z fix for Sarah on the 17th of September, and it fixed at this location at 9:45, so very close.
So for 9:45, main is like 9:50, so very deep. So far, no direct observation or that recorded below 960 and 9:55. Yes, record not broken yet directly at in situ station because it slightly misses land. So
that would be JTWC data. I could check JMA data on that as well.
I mean, not very central pressure data because when a storm misses the eye, that will make it unable to break a pressure record of certain station or nationwide records. Yeah.
JMA data suggests actually. Oh no, that was JMA data I was looking at. Never mind.
My current radar cannot see any rotation, but I did publish an image in live output from earlier, but the same structure still applies.
And
yeah,
actually,
I see where rotations could be happening.
When you consider the JMA forecast right now, Ken, I just want to mention, I don't know if you're aware, but they've got it at 960 now, and have weakened it again with winds of 100 miles an hour, which is basically in line with what we're running with.
960?
That's what they have now.
I mean, there is such a data that's even lower than this value, or very close to this value, but still are not touched by it. But the inner eye wall, like, it didn't touch any in situ station. The inner eye wall touched none of them.
For which storm, sorry?
Hinnamnor.
Ah.
The inner eye wall touched no in situ station in Korea. Just the MOA and the outside wall.
I'm just going to see if I can have a look at the JTWC data, because this is something we're interested in finding out. they actually got 942 at 2Z on the 17th, which was pretty much landfall. So looks like that's what we'll go with, 942. So Sarah was stronger, more intense, but only by a little, for those who are curious about the history. Let's see if we can take some more questions here. I think there's one or two. Well, more people talking about time zones as well. What time is the landfall in Central? I think that's Central European Standard Time, which would be, I think, 10 or 11 p.m.
CDT is currently 1 p.m., 1:26 p.m. So you add 2 hours to that.
I don't know, but I think it was 11 p.m. Central European Standard Time. So this is the storm we're still tracking, moving much more towards the northeast. I think officially it's still north-northeast, moving at 31 degrees of bearing. And I'm checking the rapid scan imagery to try and get new updates on its alleged center. I would suggest that the closest point to land now is about 35 kilometers, although I have to mention these are small islands that are offshore. South Korea has loads of those. I don't think some people realize how many islands they have. There's loads of little islands off the shore.
I didn't quite realize until the storm was starting to make its approach how many there were.
But let's just stick to the information from Busan, which is obviously a very large city and I guess easier to remember.
Yeah, let me pull up the live cam again.
Oh yeah.
I got the live news feed on it.
So it's about 119 kilometers away from Busan right now. Looks like visibility is going down there. Rain rate appears to be increasing. And it was just looking very windy when you first switched to it then, and still is at times. So once again, that's a live shot. So we're just about to reach 3:30 local time. And whilst this storm is weakening a little bit more, it is still a Category 2 on the
powerhouse
scale. Sorry?
Still a powerhouse.
Yes, definitely.
Especially for this far north.
I'm still interested in how it might compare to Sarah. Let me just see if I can find out about the storm's size. Sarah's size when it reached Korea. Just to see if we can get just a layer of
more data
comparison. So let's see. Still trying to figure this out. The landfall was at about 945 millibars. Not finding the wind data here. I'm not sure, but
definitely some bigger waves crashing over the seawall.
That trend will continue for a little while longer here.
Yes.
Can't really find much information about Sarah, if I'm being honest. But I would suggest that it was probably similar in size to this storm.
Probably.
People asking about Code Red, and first of all, earlier they were asking if we're still in Code Red on Force 13's operations status, and we definitely are. And whether there's anything above Code Red, which no, there isn't, because there's no point, just like there's no point in a Category 6 above a Category 5, nothing really changes.
If Category 6 existed, it would be Code Black.
No, thank you.
No, do not want that.
That's the only thing above red.
Depends. Still, we're looking at very heavy rainfall, it looks like, there in that area. This is looking out to Busan from across one of the bridges on, I assume, one of the other islands. I don't know whether it's the island just to the south or whether it's a viewpoint further along the coast to the east, because I know there's a road bridge there as well. But that's looking straight towards town by the looks of things. Still a dangerous storm. We're still looking out for potential storm surge impacts. And another thing about this, of course, extra dangerous because it's striking at night. Obviously, there's nothing really that anyone can do at this point to protect themselves any further than they have done. It's a pretty bad idea to venture out in the storm during the night or at any time at all.
Which, unfortunately, I have already seen streams of people out there.
Really?
Actually, a lot of people out there near
Yeah.
the water walls and stuff. Yeah, very stupid idea to go out
Oh
near
my
the
lord.
seawalls. And, like, I went onto a stream and they literally looked like CNN having a heart attack.
That's just pretty insane.
Yeah. I had 300 people watching. It was crazy. Like, I
Christian,
get
tell
why,
us
but...
tell us your thoughts on the storm today.
Well, it's not very far out from landfall right now. Obviously, looking at Daniel's webcam that he's got up and running, yeah, you've got some pretty significant waves crashing against the shoreline. And like you were saying earlier, it's nighttime. I think what time is it over there right now? Like 3:30 in the morning?
Yep.
Yeah, so and again, this thing's not very far out from landfall. So your preparation, if you're in the path of the storm, your preparation should have been completed. Because if you've not started, you left it to the last minute, you're too late, I'm afraid.
It's already too late. Well, there's some area that is, there's some places like buildings or shops that are a half floor lower than the base, which that will be severely flooded. You must
Also, yeah.
close the gate. You must close the gates, and if you can't just leave immediately, go to elevated areas. Yeah. There's
Yeah, and like
something
we were saying,
incredibly
like-
serious with the current rainfall, like the previous flooding with record-breaking rainfall like last month.
yeah, and again, to add on to Kenneth's point as well, make sure to avoid sloped areas as well, especially if they're flood or landslide prone.
Yes. I did want to mention earlier on in my earlier coverage, before Force 13 went live on my personal channel, I did capture on one of these webcams a active power flash across the water. Actually, it was multiple power flashes. So, yeah, obviously that's to be expected with higher winds, but definitely impressive that I captured it live on air.
Absolutely, yes.
I'll show you guys that clip off stream.
Well, we saw all of that kind of activity during Laura as well in the United States in 2020 when it was striking the area. Those two storms aren't really comparable though, but just another example. Let's go back to some satellite imagery once again. We're showing as it continues northeastwards at this time, and I've got some new position data suggesting at this point that it is now just 21 kilometers from the closest point of land, or 20 kilometers actually, from the closest point of land, and that is a small islet, I suppose you could call it. Uninhabited as far as I can tell. There's quite a few of those. But some places that might be more recognisable. Donggang, 27 kilometres away, that is populated. Yonhua, 29. And Tongyong, 53. And Busan now is at 110. So that's 10 kilometres it's closed in whilst we've been on the air for the last 35 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Me
quite
trying
a
to find
speedy storm.
Me trying to find the clip of the power flash for you guys.
Okay, if anyone has any more questions, please send them in. We can take them live, or any observations if you're on the ground in this area, if it is safe to do so. We'd love to hear from you by sending your messages in of what's going on around you, and that information, you know, may by some means be helpful to others watching.
Yes.
This is Force 13 Live. We're waiting for the landfall of Typhoon Hinnamnor, an X-Category 5. It is now a Category 2 and is still weakening a little bit, but is still very powerful, and even if it weakened quite a bit more, it would still have a big punch in terms of its heavy rainfall, of which we're not even halfway through yet, I wouldn't think, and its storm surge potential, and of course its strong winds, widespread winds and long-lasting winds due to its large size. Let's pop back to the radar imagery. Well, first let me update that and then we can take another look. That's going to take a while, it appears. Oh, here we are. So let's show you back with some more radar imagery. This is right now. The last image here is 3:30.
Alright, I'm back.
So it's almost completely up to date, with purple areas reaching those coastal areas now, and that denotes over 30 millimeters of rain an hour. Basically, if you're underneath that for an hour, then you've got 30 millimeters of rain or more. So certainly very large amounts of rain starting to fall. Busan included, looks like they're getting just at the end of that loop. Let's have another look. They're just about to enter some really heavy rain, looking at that. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim there. So let's go back to that webcam. We should be seeing signs of a real increase in rain rate shortly, Tanyul.
Yep. And those waves are actually getting a lot bigger in recent minutes.
And in winds, no doubt, yeah. I mean, this is going to be probably a big hour for this area.
Yes.
Does the location of Korea make it ideal for evading dangerous hurricanes over the years? Question there. I think that storms that have affected Korea have generally had a knack of veering off to the east or west, and not actually affecting the peninsula. But the way it's positioned just really makes me think that one day there will be an enormous impact. I don't even think that this is going to be the one. I think one day there will be something much worse for this area. But you can say that about almost anywhere in Hurricane and Typhoon Alley. You know, theoretically you could get a Category 4 hitting New York City or anything like that, but it's not very likely. But you just know that it will end up happening one day in the very long span of future that we've got ahead of us. But in terms of this storm, it's probably in the top 10 or 5% of storms that have affected South Korea. So it's certainly something that has to be treated very seriously. And we need to acknowledge that even though the winds are, some people might say, just 100 miles per hour, as if to say it's not very strong, that is still pretty damn strong. 160 kilometer per hour winds, enough to cause substantial damage, especially to smaller buildings and mobile buildings.
And yes, to add on to your point just then, that is sustained winds. You do have gusts as well, which can be even stronger.
And it's not always directly tied to the storm's wind speed either. But on top of that, of course, the storm surge, the waves, and the heavy rainfall, I think is going to be a major problem. I think there's an enormous potential for landslides mainly in the interior parts of the country, but flash flooding and landslides can happen almost anywhere where there's a slope, I suppose. So, dangerous storm continuing to approach the southeastern tip of Korea.
Looking at conditions, the conditions are continue to get deteriorated. For example, I just saw a camera where it's having like the winds between the 5 minute span where they showed it last time and this time. The winds have gone definitely a lot stronger than they were. And surprisingly, and good thing I haven't seen this, but I haven't seen a single car in a roadway or a highway. So
The only I've seen is police at max, but
so I'm glad to see that people are taking this seriously. And another view just showed waves now starting to reach over the plaza. So conditions should start deteriorating, and it's going to be a night that you'll never forget.
Visibility down again at your image spot there, Taniel. Looks like we can only just barely see to the other end of the bay there.
Yep.
And at this point, I'm not really too sure what there is left that we can say as we continue to watch this. When we get to this,
Just a waiting game now.
When we get to this period in a storm, there is nothing left to forecast. It is an event that is now in the present, and you switch from forecasting, which is what we're best at, to news bringing and nowcasting, I guess.
And watching.
Which we're sort of good at, but it's
not the best.
Well, it is not as I never feel that we're quite as useful when we're in this position, but we've got to obviously bring this to people because it's pretty damn important. And if anyone doesn't still know what's going on, then surely they will by now. But lots of waves there once again on that view.
Oh, just one camera just went down.
Oh.
Doesn't surprise me.
The winds are also... The camera's now shaking violently. So I would assume that's why...
And there goes the power.
I would assume that's why the camera went down. Here's another view.
Hold on. There's a few views that we're looking at here. David there showing us... now that'll be on one of the bridges. Now, to be fair, that is quite an exposed location. So it will look worse there than it will be inland. There's another shot. That must be closer to the storm than Busan. Although it may not be necessarily. Just quite clearly see.
Obviously, there's rain, thunder, lightning, wind. And here's another shot. I think this is downtown Busan.
It's wet there, but it's not too bad yet at that location. And as you say, it is good to see that traffic is near zero.
And then on the bottom right, you can see, well, you could have saw some of the damages that have already been discovered on it, but here's another shot.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we've been staring at these. I've been staring at these cameras for like the last 45 minutes. And on this camera, this is the camera that the surge has gone higher. That the
All
wave
right.
height's gone higher at least. You could see the tree's bottom, and now it's about to. It's already reaching
Interesting.
it's reaching the top of the tree, basically.
Let's go back to Daniel's imagery there. Certainly
Yeah,
looks
me
like
trying to
visibility
find.
continues to deteriorate. Wow.
Yeah, me trying to find other cams. Potentially.
Oh, I just saw a power flash.
Oh.
Honestly, I feel like my camera, we're probably gonna start seeing power flashes soon.
Well, visibility has certainly got a lot worse there.
Definitely.
And the rainfall appears to be getting heavier as well.
Camera's starting to shake a little bit.
Another camera just went down.
Hmm.
Yeah, as those power flashes continue, they will have to start kicking those cameras into backup generators. And that sometimes takes a little bit of time. If they even have backup generators for those cameras, which sometimes they don't. You'll eventually get to a point where we have no cameras. Or very few.
Let's try and load this radar imagery again to show you the very latest as it's occurring. We're looking at southeastern Korea here. If I zoom out, you'll see the wide shot, and hopefully you can follow me in as we take a look at this storm. So Busan all around here. In fact, the city I think is up there. And they are now getting some of those purples, which denote 30 millimeters of rain per hour or higher. And it looks like in the last frame there, it's just about to get worse for that area too. The areas near the coast are getting extremely heavy rain rates, and I imagine strong winds. There is the center of the storm down there, which to be honest isn't looking so great in those more recent frames, the so-called inner eye wall. There's not much of one. To be honest, I reckon this outer eye wall is actually going to be doing most of the business here, and that's currently plaguing the coast right now, but the inner eye wall will also be just as bad, if not worse, with winds. And that will probably just about graze the coast right near the most peripheral southeastern parts, which is still part of Busan actually. Southeastern Busan, basically, might get the landfall from this storm. But we remain to find out. And this may still take a little bit of time before it makes its closest pass. Current time now is just coming up to 10 to 4. And we expect that the closest pass to land will occur at about, I think it was 6 o'clock.
Might be less now.
6 o'clock or earlier.
From what trends I'm seeing, it's probably going to be earlier.
Let's see if we have any more questions at this time. None yet. Although I would like to thank Lucy Delabac for supporting us during this stream. And yeah, no more actual questions just at the moment. at least none that we've been highlighted in, please start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll do our best to give you a proper response. Looking really windy there now.
Sure is. It's hard to define what is a wave and what's just water on the camera. That's the point. But yeah, more surge coming in. And if you're correct on your theory, Nathan, if this is more controlled, that's only a bad thing, knowing with just how powerful the winds are. If it's closed off, or mainly closed off.
This storm is, I would say, one of the scariest storms that at least our generation has seen in South Korea. At least in South Korea. This is not the scariest storm ever, but if you are in Busan, you're gonna be in for a ride. And that's all I have to say. Because
I should say, currently, I'm getting an update from my buddy Tristan. He's saying currently still the inner and outer eye wall are very tornadic now. Anywhere from the coast of Boston. I always say it wrong. Has to monitor a potential for spin-up tornadoes or water spouts.
Blimey.
I do want to
Which-
report.
That can wait. Can I finish my thought?
Yeah.
Which that can make the wind speeds briefly feel like it's category. Briefly, add winds gust onto the tornado, and just the regular winds feel anywhere from a higher category 3 to 4. Briefly. Now you can go ahead.
My bad. I do want to report that on one of the cameras that we just saw, it looks like power is out. And I can't even go back, so. The downtown area was completely dark, other for like street lamps. But I'm not sure. So
At this time, we have another position estimate. It is only 16 kilometers from the closest point of land. It is the small island of Kalbawi, which I believe is uninhabited. The closest point to an inhabited area is from Yeonhwa, which is currently now at 28 kilometers. Distance from Busan is 103 kilometers, so in almost an hour it has so far closed in 17 kilometers since we went on the air.
Yep.
So when we talk about its movement speed, it'll have moved probably 20 kilometers this hour, but we are expecting it to be quicker. And not every hour is the same, and this storm doesn't move at a uniform pace every time. It can jump and stall and stop and go again. Usually when you see these these movement estimates on our forecast, they're usually 6-hour averages. So anything could happen in the next hour that could bring it towards a landfall or more in one of those places. As far as I can tell, with the movement, it's going to be really close to whether it makes a landfall or not. Really, I don't think I can call it anymore. But I still have faith in what the forecast said, and the forecast was for an actual landfall. So we'll have to wait and see on that.
Yeah, it's very hard to say if it's gonna wobble just a little to the east or is it gonna stay on trajectory. It's been kind of moving all over the place a little bit.
The track has
Uh,
been extremely erratic.
If you're gonna trace the inner eye wall, that's definitely gonna wobbly because of the hour replacement cycle. The inner eye wall is it's pretty much virtually certain every K there will be a wobbling in you see every replacement system, but
yes.
the position more stable from the outer eye wall is still generally moving northeast, aligned with
Yes.
any forecast track currently.
I think right now it's threading the gap between South Korea and what's that island right in the middle of the water?
Tsushima.
Uh, yes.
And quite a
That's
few
where
storms
it
do
looks
that.
like right now. That's what it looks like right now what's going to happen, or it's just going to do a partial landfall up the whole entire coastline, which is a bad thing because it will still partially be over water.
Oh well,
Uh,
I think that's
wh-
inevitable here.
Partial over water, still getting colder, but it can sustain its winds at least a little bit more. Um, still, 80 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Well, it's going to still be around that temperature as it slides up the coastline and then starting to go down into the 70s.
Kitty says, do island nations issue mandatory evacuations?
I
Not sure.
believe they
Uh,
do. No, maybe.
I've no
I don't know.
idea, quite honestly. Of course, South Korea isn't an island nation, but it does have islands, so I imagine they'll have been asked to evacuate.
Possibly.
Like we see
But
these
probably more likely.
these barrier islands in the US, they're always told to evacuate, aren't they?
Yes,
Mhm.
they most of the times they are.
But then usually they have a road link,
Yes.
so obviously it makes evacuating so much easier. I don't know about places that like are in the middle of the ocean. There's a few of those. Although
Yeah.
not many of them are that small that they could stay on the same island. Anyway, we're going to do a short break here. We'll be back in a few minutes with more coverage on this live unfolding event on Typhoon Hinnamnor. Stay tuned. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Typhoon Hinnamnor getting closer and closer to a potential landfall in South Korea. It's just after 4 AM local time, and it still contains winds of 100 miles per hour, that's 160 kilometers per hour, and an estimated central pressure of 947 millibars. Dangerous storm. In the upper echelons of how strong a storm has been when making landfall in South Korea in history, the strongest being Typhoon Sarah in 1959, when it made a Category 3 landfall in pretty much the same place as this one will. It's going to pass extremely close to Busan, a major city in southeastern South Korea. And right now, conditions are looking very poor in that area as well. The band, the outer eye wall, you could actually say it is now battering the city and surrounding areas. And with the latest, I'll throw it to Taniel, who's got that imagery right now, live in Busan.
I caught me off guard while I was eating again.
Well, I'm sorry, but look how much that's changed in the last 10 minutes, where we can no longer see that bridge actually at all.
Can't see the bridge. Can't see the buildings in the background. You can only see the brightest of lights.
Holy cow!
That are even those are getting faded, and the cameras in the gusts are shaking. Barely can even say.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It was probably about maybe a mile earlier when it was starting to come in. Now it's probably about 200 meters.
Or less.
It's
But probably around that. You can barely even see the waves crashing over now, because it's just every downpour like over
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I see from radar like over 15 millimeters of rainfall. Is the outer eye wall is it's approaching and it's affecting the area, probably.
And
The
how
latest
many inches
radar-
is that per hour? Because I'm not as familiar with millimeters.
Over 50 millimeters per hour, possibly higher.
So over
Then-
2
then
inches
what
an
radars-
hour there.
All right.
Yeah, 2 to 3.
Oh boy. Luckily,
Yes.
this thing is moving fast, though.
It is, and it's moving to the north-northeast at about 19 miles per hour. That's the information that we have. And its landfall is drawing ever closer. First of all, it will affect or make landfall possibly over some of those tiny islands to the south of the main coastline. Right now, it's hard to establish an actual center on satellite, but we do have radar. From the best that we can establish at the moment, I think there might have been an update actually. It looks much closer to the land than I thought it was before. Let me just double check some of this information. But if what I'm seeing is true, it's very close to a landfall on one small island. A lot of these islands out to sea, though, near the coast are very small, even tiny in some instances, and a lot of the smaller ones are uninhabited. Just checking the radar from 355, and does that line up with my latest estimate? Almost, not quite. It's just a little bit further south than what I was going to go with there. So
What
now,
I'm seeing, real quick, what I'm seeing just on infrared, where it was trying to redo its eye wall replacement, that blasts the convection, where the rough eye wall would have been. It looks probably just the south where radar's actually saying it. So I would say it's probably where the center is, roughly. I'm
Wow.
gonna I'm saying roughly here, is right there on my screen share.
Well, actually, the infrared sensor, you can't very certainly fix that. First of all, parallax. Secondly, there's no a certain eye anymore in infrared. You can't very certainly say the sensor position. There's definitely uncertainty, and also you say the convection burst, not the last result of our replacement. No, there's no hope for the inner eye wall. It definitely
Oh
there
yeah.
may be a little bit of convection, yeah, or maybe there's fractional convergence because of land proximity. You can see the northern outer eye wall very intense. That's also due to land induced that makes the air to rise and cause even more rainfall. Although the strongest winds at the southeastern side, those hurricanes force winds is still affecting still affecting Korea right now with the northern outer eye wall. Even is in the navigable salmon circle.
Latest estimate right now is that the centre of the storm is 8 kilometres from a tiny island called Kalbawi, which is quite a way off the actual coastline, Kenneth, don't worry. From Busan itself, we're still looking at about 94 kilometres still left to go. So in 67 minutes, we appear to be establishing that the storm has moved round about 26 kilometres.
26.
Wow.
I have the current 6-hour average movement at 45 to 50 kilometers per hour. It should be the case.
From what I'm seeing, it's been less in the last hour.
I don't know, because it should be still accelerated. We have like 34.1, 34 north, like 28.2. Yeah, it should be like 50-ish. It should be pretty stable given the jet interaction, and it's accelerating. The movement fluctuation or slowdown due to terrain should be negligible for a jet interacting system.
Well, it's what I'm seeing, and it's supported by radar, so
Man, Rick.
I don't know what to tell you. So we're all doing a few calculations here behind the scene now to try and figure out exactly where this storm is headed and whether we get any more information on that.
Yeah, the storm is very hard to predict since it's being thrown every which way. Being picked up by a trough, being flung first northward, and then now
26
moving more
nautical.
east.
No. I get 26 nautical.
Movement.
Yeah. The recent past hour. 26 nautical miles. Where's the 48 close? Yeah, I have it 38.5, 128.4 at 19Z. Yeah.
34.5.
Yeah. 128.4.
Still, I shall say my
That's
estimates.
only-
All of our
That's only 5 kilometers away from my fix.
estimates are
Okay.
pretty uncertain currently.
And 5 kilometers is
Wow.
not a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, whatever the measure is, every individual has the discrepancy, you know.
Once it
this
becomes
measure. That's not
visible-
exact, but
once we have visible satellite imagery, we'll be able to see a little bit.
I'll say it's also still be limited. Not even visible will have a lot. It's still surface data and radar work. Not visible.
If the low level becomes visible, would help. But we just have to wait for that to happen.
The lowest level
Which
is
won't be
visible.
happening. Which will be happening actually relatively soon, since this thing is starting to be a little bit ripped apart on one side.
Yeah, they're southwesterly shear.
Yes. As it's making its transition to post-tropical.
Back to satellite imagery, and it shows that the storm, to be honest, looks better on satellite imagery than it looks like it's holding on better.
Yeah.
But we know the
That's
real story.
That's a short term. That may be a short term fluctuation. There is definitely structural fluctuation, the appearance fluctuation in infrared during any case of our replacement cycle, especially during the stage that currently the inner eye wall is considerably weakening. While that's also of the frictional convergence as is very near to the Korean landmass, can also be the attribute to the current convection burst, more convection burst. I mean, these two main factors possible will that make this maybe a little bit of improvement in short term, but overall fluctuation with a gradual weakening right now.
Back to that screen looking across Busan there.
Looks a little teeny tiny more visible across the water now.
Maybe. Visibility still very poor there.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit. Still pretty poor, but now you can see a little bit more.
Well, that might have been the passage of that band. It might be coming out of it again. Yeah. Let me just have another look at radar. It's certainly getting close to the other side, but no, I don't think it has yet. It's still got a little way to go before it gets through this band. Maybe another... how long? Let's try... oh no, it could be another 20 minutes yet at this rate before it starts to improve a little bit, and then it gets whacked by the innermost eye wall, possibly. But it is so small that some areas might get much a worse deal than other areas not very far away. Are you sure it's getting better? It looks a lot worse now.
Now it's starting. I think it was in a lighter band, and now it just hit another heavy. Let me. Yeah, that looks correct. I think it hit a little bit of a light pocket, and then hit back into the more heavy.
And when you saw how bright that light was, that rainbow light, and it's been reduced to like a distant lighthouse kind of look.
That nice RGB light.
We're happy to take questions whilst we're here on the air. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll be able to take them live. Tropical Storm Altony Bronze says, which one is bigger, Typhoon Hinnamnor or Hurricane Sandy?
Sandy.
As because Sandy overall has the hybrid characteristic. It's self-hybrided with the extratropical characteristics, not from a typical tropical to extratropical baroclimate interaction. Sandy it isn't the case, which it itself the core characteristic mixed extratropical. Well, a tropical cyclone, even a broad one like Hinnamnor, have a gale radius of like 400 to 500 kilometers. But like Sandy, the overall influence is like over 1,000 kilometers, like twice.
Wow.
There's a difference from a transition, from a fully tropical to extratropical transition, compared to a storm that directly with hybrid characteristics.
Also, I have zoom Earth here, so we can see radar too with satellite. And roughly, you can see where the center is. But it's a very rough center. That might just barely thread the gap between all those islands.
Yikes.
We have some offshore buoy observation. We do have.
I think this thing would just buy on... Oh, actually, go ahead.
we have Tongyong Buoy just southwest of Gorje City, which currently 4 a.m. Korean time, 15.4 kilo, 77 gusts, currently inside the MOAD, 956.7 hectopascals.
Interesting.
Let's throw it back to our latest radar screen right now, and this is how it looks there on this screen across South Korea right now. Let's point out some of these areas that are still getting lots of rainfall. Parts of the island of Jeju are still getting quite a lot. Western coast, it's starting to clear up a little bit now, and you'll notice that a lot more in the next couple of hours. Still a very sharp band though, protruding out there in a line, a very particular line. And I think the differences in rain amounts are going to be quite variable in parts of Western Korea there. In the eastern part, there's a few little gaps in the middle there, but further north there's still lots of heavy rainfall occurring in the northern part of South Korea. But the worst places, of course, are in the southeast. And if you look carefully, it's not the band where the inner eye wall is right now that's the worst for rain. It's actually a little area up towards the northeast. I'm trying to figure out exactly where that is. That's just north of Gyeongju. What is that place? I'm trying to look it up on the map. It's Pohang. Is it all Pohang, that city?
No idea.
And that is getting ridiculous amounts of rain there when you look at this loop. It's showing there...
That, like, dark blue is right there?
Yeah, that's maxed out the scale at 110 millimeters per hour. And it's there for a couple of frames, so you're talking probably...
150 plus.
Probably getting on for 100 millimeters in an hour would have been received there, actually, properly.
Oh, that's still...
F in the chat for that place.
That's pretty bad. So that is the worst place for rain right now. The worst place for wind will be near Busan, along the southeastern peripheral islands.
Oh, that's over 110. Touching
Yeah.
150.
Yeah,
That is-
BRB.
That is near the amount per hour from the previous flooding event in South Korea last month.
Wow.
It's as bad. Although not like the last one is over 200. This is also around 150, which is
There's
tremendously
everyone's
large.
chat.
That many places that couldn't have such a record.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah. The rising effect probably that contributes to this massive amount of downpour.
Let's see if we can throw up some more imagery that we've not seen yet. Well, there's this one that we have seen, but those who are just joining us, looks like there's a little bit of a drier slot opening in on the western side near the core, Kenneth. On satellite, does radar support?
It has been the case for like over the half day that the western arrow breaks as a result of first of all shear first as the jet interaction that passes by when the optimum position of divergence is over. The shear, the back shear from southwest will pick up quickly and is skyrocketing, and at the same time, because you have to know a property of a upper level trough. Let me share screen first for better illustration. I do need that. 3, 2, 1, go. So Let's use this trough as an example.
Yep.
Those red area are those which will induce upper level divergence. This is upper level vorticity. This is higher level. This is higher level divergence. Those red area will foster, and the blue areas where the air will subsidize. That's how extratropical worked, and that's why a storm will have transitioning will have a dry slot, because the trough passes over the tropical cyclone, which you can see the dark blue area, which those area, yeah, you will induce subsidizing. You can see the upper level wind. See, you can see those dry slot.
Yep.
Yeah, here, very dry. That will later on pick up a further dry slot. That is why a dry slot directly would break the warm core structure. The warm core structure is still healthy right now, but later on it would just be break and being asymmetrized and turn extratropical. But right now it is still in the transitioning stage. The core itself still healthy, but there's weaknesses at the surface side as a result of shear, and later on the cold dry air mass will intrude the center to make it extratropical. Yeah.
Alright, thank you for that. You're watching Force 13's live coverage of Typhoon Hinnamnor on its close pass and probable landfall in South Korea. Let's go back to Daniel's image looking across the bay there in Busan. The other image that we were just looking at there was the skyline cam view. I believe that's in Busan. I don't know exactly where. I don't know whether it's looking over the city or whether it was from a building.
I think it's looking over
but,
from...
Yeah, but you couldn't see anything down there, and this is why visibility is right down once again, and they're really
that RGB light.
Yep.
That RGB light is just like a faint LED light bulb at this point. Not even really a spotlight.
Winds are picking up along with 50, 70 millimeters per hour rain still right now.
That's madness.
When does sunrise start happening over on that side of the world?
Not yet.
Yeah, be a little,
When?
The
little while yet,
sunrise, not that fast. That is 6 a.m. local time, still like an hour or so, an hour or two. Not that quick.
Right.
It's September, not June.
How strong was the strongest peak of Hinnamnor?
We currently have the first category 5 peak as the true peak, with winds of 150 knots, 175 miles per hour, with pressure of 907 millibars.
I think that's a bit crazy.
Yeah, that's very high, based on AMSU estimate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the Devora estimate is 7.0 with an incredibly dry eye. You have a normally dry eye and axisymmetric CEO, which we follow micro estimate for high intensity edge for that. Yeah.
There's another question there about whether we'll be doing a live tropical weather bulletin tonight. I don't know yet. Because we're covering all of this, we'd want to be able to do good coverage on the other storms, and I don't know whether we'd be able to gather our resources in that amount of time. But we'll see.
I would say probably focus on this for the time being and leave tropical weather bulletin for second priority.
We're
Yeah,
hearing
this
some
is
audio
more
out somewhere.
important than a bulletin. Yeah, this is more important than a bulletin at the minute.
Yes.
Back to one of those other live shots. This is from the skyline. It would have been interesting if you could see anything down there, but right now, obviously, you cannot. The tremendous amount of rain falling, you can quite clearly see, and the winds blowing across there. Some of the viewpoints where visibility has gone right down, it sort of feels pretty eerie as we watch some of these viewpoints. Looks like it's improving just a little bit now at Daniel's place there.
A tad. It might be just, again, as I said earlier, going through a little bit of a clearing patch in
Well,
the bands.
there will be a substantial clearing patch fairly soon in Busan. It's just whether this is it yet or not. I'm just checking again the latest radar. It suggests to me that, yeah, actually, it is going to come out of this shortly. And behind it, you've got the inner eye wall and the center of the storm now. I can see it depicted on radar. It's very close to an island. Which one is it, though? I'm trying to figure out where that is. Bear with me. I'm trying to see if we can make this radar less visible, because it gets in the way of the map. But no, I can't. I think it is actually... Is it? Oh, I'm speculating here. I have no idea.
It's better to say I don't know than say a false answer.
There's a little island that it's right close to at the minute, but I don't know which one it is.
Hold on. Maybe. Which one? What, this little thing?
It doesn't look like that shape.
Oh, hard, Nathan.
I don't know.
Some of them don't have names, some do. Probably some have nicknames that are just not visible, but not official, you know.
I'm just going to have to change the map and see what I can find.
I cannot tell you.
Oh, it's way over there. It might actually not be an island. I think it might be a submerged
rock?
Atoll or whatever. Not an atoll, but...
something.
A submerged island, I think it is. It doesn't show up. I don't know, but that's where the eye is. By the look. Oh no, actually. Yes. Yes, it is. The map's playing with me. Right, so let me tell you actually where the eye is right now in relation to islands after all that messing about. So the newest information we've got right now depicts the center of the storm's eye as being approximately, let me just get this right. There we go, I got it. It's about 10 kilometers southeast of Maejuk, I think it's called. Or alternatively, 11 kilometers southeast of Somemuldo. Right near some small little islands. And the way that's been trending then, compared to the previous, I'm actually thinking it's going to miss now.
Yeah.
If that's where the center is, then the center of the eye, I think, is going to miss.
Everything?
Yeah. The center of the eye is currently 10 kilometers from some small islands. At the current trajectory, that would bring the storm approximately, and these are just general numbers, I'm trying to be as accurate as possible, probably 10 to maybe just over 10 kilometers offshore Busan, the eye.
So, just in other news, I'm currently myself in a flash flood warning.
Oh my. But those are the indications we're getting right now that it might miss by 10 kilometers, the land masses. Kenneth, what are your thoughts?
I currently seeing the past hour is moving more northeastward, like 30 degrees. 30 in circle bear. Yeah, like 35 is moving more towards northeast as in agreement with the forecast track. It's moving more northward than northeast. It the inner eye wall may touch Golje City and went straight to Busan.
No doubt a lot of the worst conditions from this storm will still be felt on land, with extraordinary rainfall rates already occurring on the east coast.
Yep.
Let's see if we have some more questions right now. Is there lightning in Hinnamnor? We've not seen any on the webcams.
Don't think so anymore.
Uh,
But there is
yeah.
tornadic cells.
Yeah, there's a tornadic. But there's some very strong, like 100 something millimeters per hour. Like at the periphery of the spiral rain bands, those spiral rain band probably still have some lightning events at those purple areas, like so. Like rapid rising because of land, there very likely will induce lightning activity as well.
Yeah.
What kind of winds do you think that these areas are going to be receiving right now?
Thing.
Any suggestions?
You have cut out during
Probably easily 90 kilometers an hour, if that. Just in the rain bands. But probably higher gusts too.
Once again, we are looking out at Busan, the city's buildings in the distance there with the light show. Visible across the bay. Visibility is still poor, but it's slightly better than it was. Conditions should be clearing a little bit shortly, but this area is still drawing closer to the center of the storm, and it will be very temporary, and there'll be another big inner core that might slam this area fairly soon. This is Force 13 Live. We are here to cover the storm until it makes its closest pass, and we are always open to any comments or questions, and indeed your observations. If you are on the ground and it's safe to contact us, then please get in touch and let us know how things are at your place. Kenneth showing us some more imagery. Radar. Oh, rainfall.
Radar and also
wind speeds.
This surface observation plotting. Yeah, a simulation graph plotted by various surface observations. That is currently the wind factor, easterly storm force winds, currently over Busan right now.
And what are the highest winds that they're getting?
There should be some blocking, but 25.6. From the station 9010 Yongdo. Yeah. Yongdo
26
91.
meters per second.
Yeah, meters per second. Yeah.
And if I remember rightly, that's about... That must be near typhoon force, mustn't it?
Yeah, that's storm force. Both. Ish.
Okay. Another comment there. How fast is the typhoon moving? Kenneth, you think it's moving about 40 kilometers an hour?
45 to 50.
Oh, 45 to 50 now. And you're pointing out there that pressure reading?
Yeah, this is the pressure reading graph. You see in the major landmass in Golje City. In Golje City, lowest reading is 960.9, with lowest pressure in station 947 Myeongsa. station, which the lowest
947.
reading is 960.9 here, and extrapolate is still supporting 945 to 50.
That's only about 11 or 12 kilometers from the center there, that 961.
The station number is, wait, the station number is, I can cross check that, station 947. That's 34.72571 degrees north, 128.6035 degrees east for this station.
Yeah.
And then we have this reading, and also this radar.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's only like 10 to 15 kilometers away only. Yeah, and any more buoy data? 430 data is south. The Tongyang buoy now back up to 962.2 with wind direction changing to northwesterly. Yeah, it's leaving that buoy. The lowest reading is 956.7 from that half an hour ago. Maybe lower between 4 to 4:30.
New position estimate now puts the storm 10 kilometers southeast of Majuk. I have no idea how that's pronounced.
That sounds familiar to me.
Which is a very small island just to the south of the area we were talking about, actually. So that is now the closest point to the center of the storm.
Mamudo, you're saying the closest spot is, or which island?
To the south, just to the south of that 961 pressure reading.
Ah, yeah, that you mean this Mamudo? Yeah, this.
Hold on, let's have a look. I've just switched screen. Let's go back to you again.
Yeah, probably station 911. Right. This island, right?
Ah, yes, that's the one.
Yeah, Mamudo, yeah. I should be pronouncing correctly.
And if you saw on that bottom map there again, there was a tiny other little area. You know, just off to the bottom right there, just that little green pixel. And I've been trying to establish whether there's an island there or not. I still haven't actually, but I think it's a submerged island. That would be the closest point to the storm.
Yeah, that's the closest spot. Very, very close. Like which?
Let me look at I'm just going to look on Google Earth at that and see if it's actually an island. It's doing my head in. But obviously all these areas are being affected and they aren't really very well populated. The more populated areas are still around 40-50 kilometers away. Busan is about 80 to 90 kilometers away at this moment in time. Let's go back to Daniel's imagery. Oh, that's interesting. There is a little island there. That is an island. It's right, so there is a tiny island there. So just for the sake of accuracy, that is the closest point, or was the closest point to the storm's eye. I'm not even sure if it still is. But at one point that would have been about... Let's have a look. Oh, you just got a lower pressure there, did you?
Yeah, 959.7. The storm's still approaching Goji City. It will probably close like within 5 kilometers within it, or even the landfall just over Goji City.
Okay.
Probably look like roughly 950 or so, because the inner eye wall is weakening, which when the inner eye wall vanishes, it will cause a rapid increase in pressure, which is a typical phenomenon during our replacement cycle observed by recon analogs. Yeah.
Oh dear. So, oh, that's still not loaded up properly. Trying to get things loaded up here as we keep looking at that 959.7 reading and all those other pressures that we're seeing across the southeastern part of South Korea. Quite a lot of areas there below 980.
Yeah, the 980 is those that are purple area and those whitened area because the pressure is too low, lower than 975. Yeah, those areas are all the areas that is within 980 millibars, which is incredibly huge. A scope that's lower than 980, which has been the case as already after the storming, based on the stations earlier in Japan and China. Very broad, like, yeah, like over 100 kilometers apart, or already 980 is incredibly huge.
And this is what happens when I go away. Things just stop working.
Definitely. Let's go to another viewpoint right now, and this is again from the skyline camera. And still you can't see anything down there due to the weather. There's torrential rain. Not much we can see there until we get daylight, I would imagine. Although conditions should be improving a little bit for a short time shortly.
Don't necessarily know what this is, but I bet it's nearby to where the camera was.
Ah, so there's another view.
And yeah, definitely surges there. A little. It's approaching the roadway there.
I don't know what
Dangerously
it
close.
looks like normally, but it certainly
probably
looks...
probably a little further out. I can check. Yeah, it's usually a little further out.
All right. At this point, as we've said before, there's not much to do for us. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Did not
What on
know
earth
it'd
just
say.
happened?
I did not know they were just like doing a nice live tour for us.
Ah, you're watching a live stream. I
A
thought
live
it was a
stream?
mounted camera.
I thought too, because it was there for hours. I bet they're just going to a different view.
Yikes. So that must be in Busan somewhere.
Somewhere. Got some nice close-ups on raindrops.
Yeah, they couldn't get the focus right on their camera.
Just like, yep, that's what it looks like out there. Me do commentary for this person be like.
Oh dear.
Alright guys, we're gonna go over to another window. I mean,
They've got a nice place.
they got
Oh God, we got a reflection.
It's the reflection of Hudson.
But we're not showing that part on our stream here. I'll just switch back to it when there's something interesting to look at.
Like this. Or not.
No,
What is this guy doing?
not reliable.
Not reliable. In
Well,
the
it's not.
slightest. Just mount your camera outside the window. If it falls off, enjoy the ride down camera.
Oh
It
well.
will still. It
I
will
would
still
break
be
it.
But there it is. That
Well,
shows the current conditions there, looking very inclement and visibility down quite a bit.
yeah,
because
and
you
hopefully
can't
this
really-
guy
quite a
doesn't.
lot.
You can't really get a
Look at-
grasp of the wind there.
But look at those waves.
Yeah,
That's
they're
nearly-
waves. Yeah, that totally
nearly-
happens on planet Earth.
No, hang on. Like, pretty sure that's going up the entire beach. Also, what is he doing now?
I don't.
Oh,
Oh, hello.
We don't want to show identifiable people if we can. Anyways, this is back to the skyline camera, which is showing you a view of what's going on looking downwards, although you can't see anything there. Just wanted to go back to this briefly because I saw a few wind gusts earlier. I think there was some binoculars on the left hand side on that pole, and that was rocking a little bit earlier, so, and there it goes again a little bit. So definitely a substantial wind up there at that, I assume, very exposed location.
Here's another stream of someone like looking outside that gives you a little bit of a perspective of the winds.
Yep, so
That-
people are out there.
Being stupid.
Well, they could be in a worse place. They're in shelter, but look at all that coming down.
Oh, I just want to say though, Daniel, there's a thing in the main discussion room you might want to take a look at.
Okay. Hundreds and hundreds of... Never.
In the meantime, here is some more late imagery on the satellite. Now, if you were to take satellite alone, it would suggest that the storm was about to make landfall on Gyeonggi Island, but that is not in fact true. It's a little bit east of there, with the center of the storm. Let me get a new radar slot and see if I can take a look at a new position as of 4:40 a.m. It would appear that the new position of the storm would now triangulate it to, and this takes a little minute or two to figure it out. So
I should go to that.
so
Thanks, Christian.
now now it looks like the center of the storm is approximately 13 kilometers from a place called Nambu Myeon, which is on the southeastern part of Gyeonggi Island, or the island that Gyeonggi is on. I don't know if it's actually named after it. Which would now put the center of the eye 61 kilometers from central Busan.
Now I can confirm a camera that will not move to a face.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
another very blowy shot there. Oh, look at that. Got some surge. Or high waves coming in.
Yeah.
Yes.
So waves crashing against the seawall and pooling onto the road a little bit now. And if it gets much worse, that could flood in very quickly. If it completely overtops that line.
Yes.
So I take it this is in Busan once again somewhere?
Yes. Somewhere.
And you can see as those waves crash, a lot of that water just gets completely blown away by the wind, and only half of the wave actually hits the ground.
Yeah.
Showing how really strong those winds are, and gusts particularly.
Yep.
As
None of
always,
the lights are even swinging.
Yep. As always, we'll take comments and questions during this stream. Stay tuned for more updates. Kitty Cat says, any clue what the storm surge was predicted at? I'm gonna give this one to Kenneth because I've no clue what it's supposed to be. Maybe you have a better idea.
You have to guess. Navigable semicircle. Well,
Heard
heavy rain.
somewhere of I think it was 8 to 10
Feet?
feet.
Feet. Somewhat like that.
So up to 3 meters then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somewhere like that. Yeah.
Wow.
There they are.
Wow,
More
look
and
at
more
that
waves
one.
really crashing in now.
Yeah.
So you're gonna see
That's
more
cool.
of this.
Yeah, the astronomy tide isn't that high.
That can cause
but it is the high tide right now.
And
so-
that
It's high tide.
that is
that's
should
also not
be.
good.
Let me see.
Oh my
oh
god.
my goodness. That wow. Okay, yeah, that can. Saying that could, if you're caught out in that could easily knock you off your feet.
Knock you off your feet, cause you to crash into a cement wall, severely injure you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's near high tide right. It's high tide right now.
Which is also bad.
It is a bit descending.
Luckily, it's not a supermoon, which thank God.
What's
We don't
that
have
gonna
any
do?
horse. It would make the tides even a little higher.
Yeah.
Or even a full moon for that matter.
So this
No,
is.
it's happening today.
So this is a shot looking down. We think it's in Busan or somewhere near. Really
Yes.
showing off the extremely strong winds. Pleased to see that there's no one out.
There was some police cars there earlier, but they have since long gone.
More comments and questions. Will the tropical wave coming off of Africa with a 50% chance become Fiona?
Possibly. I will just say that, okay?
I would say 50% is a good chance to go with because models have really ticked up on this one recently. If it does form, it will be short and weak. Just like every other Fiona I can remember, actually. And would Hinnamnor still be strong as a high-end tropical storm? Absolutely. You would still see most of this happening if it was a high-end tropical storm.
Yeah.
Just with a little bit less intensity. And now sheets of rain falling at this location as well.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I have the hiccup.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus Christ.
I'll keep supplying us with, as another big wave goes in, with radar updates where possible. The latest I have, though, is that it is 14 or 13 kilometers from Nambu Miyon, or possibly some other names. Halyohaesang National Park, apparently. If anyone knows where that is.
No idea, and I just fix my hiccup
Well,
problem.
I was merely talking to people who are watching, local people who may be familiar with that area. That's where it is. It is
That
moving.
storm surge is just insane.
What's that?
I said that storm surge that's coming in is just insane.
It is absolutely.
To be fair, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
If it didn't have that severe weakening down to the south, it could have been still a Cat 4 potentially.
The more I'm watching this, though, the more it does look like the storm will miss to me. I know, Kenneth, you still, I think, have reservations, but I think the centre of the eye will miss. Now, that might sound like a hooray moment, but it actually doesn't really count for much. The inner eye wall will probably still graze the coast near Busan, and it doesn't even take the inner eye wall to get stuff like this, which is causing big surge. We saw the huge rain rates earlier. I imagine there's going to be quite a bit of damage.
Talk about roadways. With water, they don't mix well. You
Just
start
get
to have cracking and then failures and God knows what else after that.
So
current
the rain's really picking up on
Wow.
that.
Current indication right now, this storm is 56 kilometers from the center of Busan, which should have a little bit lighter rainfall just at the moment, but still pretty heavy. But relatively speaking, lighter than it was earlier. And then the inner eye wall, which still hasn't really hit any land areas yet.
Oh, there's a car on the webcam. You shouldn't really be out in these conditions. I mean, look, rain,
Unless it's a
Okay.
storm
and
chaser,
especially with that surge right behind you.
Not the cleverest thing in the
Uh-oh.
world.
My
No.
question is, why aren't you speeding off? There's no police that's gonna stop you from going 80 down the road.
Yeah, the waters are fluctuating. The surge, severe rainfall. Yeah, that's what is typically see during eye wall pass. When the storm surge rapidly rises, like at least 2 to 3 meters. Currently around 2 to 3 meters surge likely. Torrential rainfall. Let me see any accumulated rainfall graphics right now.
There's another comment about the other invest in the Western Pacific, Kenneth. Do you have any information on that now?
Currently, there's two interacting Invest 91 and 92W. Both have a traceable circulation. Let me see. Yeah, it's currently southwest of Ogasawara Island, southwest of it. Currently, yeah, near 19 and 23 degrees north, and then 138 to 141 degrees east area. There's Invest 91 and 92W interacting. What models suggest right now? Yeah, it's expected to interact, and the model support is still fluctuating and being unstable. The future is still pretty uncertain, I'll say. That we have to wait for next week.
There's a lot of uncertainty in the Western Pacific after this because we could get a few sources of tropical cyclone development.
Yeah, the development is from the easterly wave from still rather high latitude over 20 degrees north in September, which I'm aware.
So we're still looking at this view, we think, in Busan of the ongoing...
It is. It is.
Of the ongoing storm surge, which is clearly showing itself, and just the intense winds there that just blow along all of those water particles.
Yeah. Water raindrops, puddles, whatever is down there.
But if things come
Wonder where
loose,
it's
then you've
collecting.
got... If things come loose, though, you've got the concern then that you've got bits of planks of wood or bits of metal or whatever that could go flying into your face at 70 to 100 miles an hour, which is one of the main reasons no one should be out.
Besides, I guess, professional storm chasers. Even that's a little questionable.
Dangerous for anyone.
Yep.
But hardly anyone out there right now. Just briefly show you back to the view from the skyline camera, and it's still looking very invisible. Can't see anything down there. Just still looking for signs that the wind's really getting up at that location when you look at that little binocular stand.
And the stream just went off.
The stream went off? Oh.
Oh no.
It's a news feed, so let me see if I can pull it up. If it's still on anywhere else. Still.
Oh, that one's offline.
That one's the one that we were just watching. Let me refresh. we might have to go to like their actual news things to see that cam, which is annoying. And then that's offline, yeah. Yeah, this
Okay,
is what
that one's their actual news feed,
feed.
but it's got a few additional cameras. So
Like one is their like that middle one is their actual news coverage, and then the other one is another cam, which seems to have lost connection itself. Actually, they might be going for multiple cameras around the area.
Pretty insane.
Those lights are really swinging now, though.
And we're still looking at very high rain rates up the eastern coast at this time as well.
To be fair, that live news feed from their actual station is starting to give us a bit of context of what's happening elsewhere. Nice barrel rolling down the road.
which is that barrel. But yeah,
I still think it's looking increasingly likely that the center of the eye will miss.
I'm seeing the same now.
It is the inner eye is barely misses the Goche Island, and
Still doesn't mean you should go out in this.
yeah, that definitely not definitely.
yeah, no, definitely do not go out in this.
Yeah.
The
Your
the eye is only the calm part.
You should.
So
You
when
really
the eye
should be.
passes over, winds are maybe calm lasting from few minutes to will be maybe calm lasting few minutes to several hours, but the currently based on rate that the torrential rainfall continued for the outer and the inner eye wall, which they are combining because of that interaction and our replacement cycle. Therefore, do not be caught off guard. Because of the calm wind, the torrential rain is still ongoing, and violent winds will resume from different directions. Places previously sheltered from the wind may become exposed.
There's someone else.
Yeah.
And
again, you should be in your safe place right now. You should have completed preparations, because if you've not, then it's too late. And like I said, you shouldn't be out in this. You should not be out in the storm. You really should be safe.
And here's the.
There's two cars.
Preparations. Once again, your preparations should be pretty much completed at least a few hours ago, because if you've not started preparing, it's already too late.
Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, the only thing you do is to go to elevator area and then stay indoor during the daytime until the storm passes away this afternoon. And I posted a 60-minute precipitation graphic. And here's the current rainfall statistics. Extensive 30 millimeters plus area over Busan, and as well as let me see.
Actually, a good thing that we can see their like live broadcast, because it's showing everything that's happening. And something I completely forgot about is the drainage system being overwhelmed by the amount of rainfall.
Mm-hmm.
And then spilling water elsewhere in the cities. Since they can't flood it out.
Can't hold that much water.
Yeah. And then it's causing other flooding concerns for other parts of the city.
Yes.
Which is not good.
Right now, it appears that Busan itself has got slightly less rain rates currently occurring after it was really bad earlier in the purple zones of over 30 millimeters of rain per hour. Let's go back to my screen and take a look at this. So there is how it looks now. You can see Busan down the bottom right hand side as a big wave goes through on that camera.
Jeepers. Now, if a car was passing by that would be dramatic for the driver.
Yeah, the car would have been swept away. Easily.
Probably, or at least maybe even cracked windows by the force of the wave can happen too.
Back to this imagery, and you can see again it's topping out the scale in the northeastern area of this region here near Pohang. So you're looking at extremely high rain rates in those communities around there. I'm very concerned for what we've seen because it's been over maybe 2 hours now, or 1 hour at least,
Yep.
that the rain rates have been like that.
And one of our team members has initiated a poll on the live stream.
And I just want to say to the people that are the 32% of you that are saying yes, I have severe questions to ask you why.
And there's that purple band that went through Busan earlier, just the trailing end of it leaving now, and after that you've got a slight clearing, and then mainly this inner eye wall that's going to start to appear, and could deliver some extremely strong winds. Getting closer.
Things flying around down there now.
Fascinating stuff. Just checking in with the latest radar image as of 4:55. That seems a bit old now. Well, only a little. Try and establish another fix for everyone. And it would look to me here. I'm just picking this out.
That credits to that meteorologist doing like literally rawest of raw forecasting, just
Doing
on a
what?
tablet. He's doesn't have a computer. He's doing it on a tablet connected via wire.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the way to do it. To be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like an iPad as well.
Yeah.
The storm is currently 16 kilometers from Chisimdo Island, and that is from Busan Central about 46 kilometers now at this point.
There comes another car.
And you can see that guy on the
Great.
broadcast there is literally just on the internet like we were before. Like Kenneth wasn't
Yeah.
showing those pictures. But yeah, there's another wave.
Yeah. Once again, that would easily sweep you off your feet. Oh, I know that website.
Oh. Yeah.
That's a very, very good website, that one that he's using. But yeah, the camera's even zooming in.
Yes. I think they're
Yeah.
like watching the surge.
Yeah.
Wow.
Once again, I thought it was one of those, one of those mobile cameras.
Oh wow, look at that.
Wow.
That's completely
Wow.
engulfed the whole place.
That really
Thank
has,
God there
yeah.
was not a car on
honest-
the road.
That would have been
Yeah,
potentially
honest- I
lethal
feel-
for a person. For a car,
Yes.
that could
Yeah.
have been, well, it could have damaged the car.
Yeah, I feel bad for those shops on the seafront there.
Well, especially I'm aware that some shops may be a half floor lower than the major road, which is very prone to flooding. The shop will be completely immersed if it's not closed.
Mm.
Yeah, if the gate is not tightened, the water flush in.
There's another.
Here's another one.
Oh,
car
and
just
there's a
went
car
right
went straight through it. Okay. And yeah, I mean,
Good
look
thing
at the,
is that the good thing
yeah, I
is
mean, look
that
at
they
the
were
s- look at
speeding
the
through
sign.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the sign. That's
That
just
guy, that cameraman has a good focus.
To be honest, it's pretty lightweight. That sign.
yeah. And again, you can see the light posts swaying in the wind. Like that's how strong the winds are.
They look quite lightweight too, to be honest. But certainly you can see that wind.
Yeah, you can
Certainly
definitely see the
mid to
wind.
high end tropical storm force winds there, sustained.
That definitely looks hurricane force to me, though.
Hard to
I mean,
tell.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but that's what it looks like to me.
I would say they've had some gusts of typhoon force. What's all that on the ground?
Crap.
Looks to be debris.
Is it?
Looks like
Maybe sandbags or something.
yeah, it's definitely debris of some kind. I mean, obviously, if the camera zooms out, it gets a bit harder to tell. But yeah, either way, it's not good.
You know, I just love how all the cars are like, "Hi guys, bye guys. I'm a dumb idiot out here."
Well, you can see the presenters are taking it seriously as well by wearing hard hats. I mean, that's the first step, that you should go having a hard hat.
Absolutely, that's common sense. Because again, you've got, like you were saying earlier, like just debris like planks of wood, bits of metal coming
There's
flying at
debris
you,
or
come
even-
flying at you at about 100 mile an hour.
Yeah, there may be rubbish bins, signs that can throw around if these things fall.
Hmm.
This thing is spreading that gap easily.
Yeah, I think so.
It might make it's like some parts of South Korea are like just like, you know, on the cusp of like the center. That's calm, but they're still in the eye wall, so it's like partial, but not quite.
Well, have a look at this. Watch this on radar, and you can see the full movement of the storm in the last few hours. This loop starts at 3:10, and it ends at 5:05. And you can see its general movement. Now, I wonder if I could draw a line on this map by any chance, by selecting this ruler option maybe. Oh, yes, you can. Right then, let's go to the start of this animation. So the eye's about here, the center. And where's it gone in that time? There. Extrapolate that movement forward, and there you have it, folks. That will not make landfall. It would have to turn more westerly to make a landfall now, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's being pushed by the back towards the east.
So there we have it. That looks like it's not going to make landfall, and I'd be very surprised if it did. I didn't know you could actually measure there. It makes my job a lot easier, because now I can actually measure where the eye is and compare it to that landmass.
Yep.
Actual interacting with the map for once. So we get the eye position, which is probably in here. How far is that from those land masses? 15 kilometers there. From Busan itself, up here around 30, 32 kilometers. Depending on where you put the center, 30-ish. It will pass probably about 15 kilometers offshore. And that's going to happen... I mean, it moved... How far did it move in that 3-hour period? 2-hour period? This is going to happen within the next hour, isn't it? It's going to happen in the next hour then, it's closest past the land. You in agreement on that, Kenneth?
Yeah, pretty much so.
Seeing if I'm getting anything else from Tristan. I feel like, yeah, after this, we'll have a talk about if we should have Tristan on our team, because I think he has some good information on the Tornadic side.
Let's take some more questions. Is Japan feeling the effects of Typhoon Hinnamnor right now?
Tornadically, yes.
And we're here to take more questions over the whole period of our stream. We're probably going to be on the air for another maybe 2 hours before we call it a night. and then we'll have a tropical weather bulletin coming up at the usual time, which will have a little update on that at, I think it would be 9 a.m. local time down there in Korea. This is Force 13 Live. We're covering Typhoon Hinnamnor. If you've just joined us, it is a Category 2 with winds of near 100 miles per hour. That's 160 kilometers per hour. Sustained winds with higher gusts. An estimated central pressure of 947 millibars. The storm is expected to make a very close pass to Busan shortly in the next 60 minutes, and will then fly off towards the northeast and increase in its pace. The storm so far has made a close pass of about 10 kilometers to part
Another
of
big wave.
Jeoji Island, and will probably pass within about 15 kilometers of Busan shortly, which is where most of these cameras are coming from. So, big problems with surge, we've already seen that, and all these waves blowing over. Rain issues across the whole country.
Yeah.
Some areas could get over 12 inches of total rainfall, that's 300 millimeters or more. And then, of course,
the drainage systems being
well,
overtopped, and then isolated spots being maybe, well, exceeded of possible 2 feet.
and then of course the wind factor, which is obviously quite prominent as well. This is a dangerous storm and will remain so for a few more hours yet.
Then start to severely weaken.
We're hearing a lot of anecdotal reports in our comments about power outages. I've got no way of knowing what the extent of those power outages might be yet.
Probably a lot around the coastline.
Yeah, well, but you see a lot of these places still have power, though, when we look at it. I know that
Well,
a few
keep in mind that
webcams
could be
have gone
backup.
down.
Keep in mind that could be backup generators, Nathan.
For the public lighting?
Yeah,
Okay.
could.
I don't know. There's another wave bursting through. So stay away from the coast. Quite why.
For our sakes and yours.
I mean, we saw 4 cars out at 4 in the morning. I don't know why. Why would
They
you
have
be
nothing
out
to
at
do
4 in the morning?
apparently. Because you can't sleep because of the winds.
Yeah, could be a point. Not recommended. We saw some of those waves crashing through, and they can be lethal.
If you want to watch the storm from the coast, go inside and go up to an upper floor is probably the safest way to do it. Like this camera is looking out.
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't know whether it's an actual a fixed camera or whether it's a cameraman with a tripod, because they've done
I think
all
it's a
that
cameraman with a tripod, but
manual zooming and
with-
all that, haven't they?
Or someone on their cell phone.
Saw
Reading
another
a
wave
script.
crashing through there. It will start getting light as well fairly soon in Korea, and you'll start to see a little bit more possibly. About an hour, I think.
yeah. Again with these streets, with the surge, definitely one thing to know. If it gets any higher to the point where it's overtopping the thing, turn around, don't drown.
Hmm.
And that's just a given in the upper parts of Korea that are getting flooding.
Not much else that I can show you right now, but I'll guess we'll go back through some of our images. Here is another camera located at Busan skyline, wherever that is. I know it's Busan, but I assume it's looking down on the city from some vantage point. We can't really see anything, poor visibility, and of course it's still nighttime. So let's take a look at some of the satellite views once again. First of all, let's take a look at the longer term imagery, and you can see how the situation that we're currently in has transpired in the last day. It passed there very close to Jeju Island, and now in those more recent frames, somewhat of an expansion of those large cloud tops. To be honest with you, it's looking pretty good on infrared imagery. I would say it's at least on par with how it looked when it was passing Jeju, which at that point it was still, I think, a higher end category 2. Kenneth, any thoughts that you'd like to bring up on that and how those cloud tops have been blowing up quite a bit more?
Those cloud tops, well, the inner eye wall you can see is it continuously contracting as well as the outer eye wall, because of, first of all, land interaction, the eye wall will shrink. Secondly, as our replacement cycle progresses, the outer eye will combine and dissipate, and the outer eye will also contract, which in the contraction process, central convection may blow out. There's also a land-induced friction convergence, which also induces the air rising, which air rising also induces colder convection, which is what we're currently seeing in infrared signals.
That makes sense.
Which that also means that our replacement cycle is currently in the bottoming out stage, but further weakening is expected because of high wind shear and land interaction.
Now, bottoming out stage, what does that mean?
That means that inner eye wall and outer eye wall are at similar winds, which this wind intensity is bottoming out.
Okay, yep.
Just the re-intensification phase it's not expected to happen because of the negative factors that completely shut down the re-intensification stage.
Check some more of the imagery here. Just going to load up another one on top of this one that you're currently seeing, but that's the water vapor. And lots of green means lots of rain potential underneath there, and no doubt that is currently happening. There's the other infrared we were looking at too.
Yeah, a few people on the comments are saying that they might be calling Goji a landfall. Or GOG.
No, I don't know.
Koji. That's pronounced Koji.
No,
that G is pronounced as K.
There was some more comments.
Not really.
Do we know if a curfew was issued prior to the typhoon that required citizens to stay off the roads except for first responders? I've no idea personally.
Possibly, I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, you just never know whether it's good natural discipline that people are well associated with in Asian countries, or whether there was a curfew imposed. Because you wouldn't get this in America, would you?
Oh, no. Well, besides your storm chasers, no one else should be out.
Apparently someone, I assume, was on the ground there saying that there was no curfew issued.
Shocking.
I want to point out, Daniel, the camera in your lower left there.
Yeah, that thing being dumped.
Yeah, that's
Whoa.
What?
In other news, I just realized near me there was a tornado.
Oh.
Yeah, but okay.
That's in Connecticut.
Yeah, that's a bit of surprising.
Okay, so what I'm getting up here is flash flooding and severe weather threats. Great.
The weather's going on everywhere with thunderstorms across the UK as well today too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm about to get another thunderstorm again in about half an hour's time.
Oh my goodness. Anyway,
you don't mind me just quickly sharing this rare sight in New England quickly.
wow.
A brief tornado warning showing up.
Oh,
I have to check velocity scannings on that and see if it clarifies, but
interesting. That's something for the US branch to cover, but right now we've got our hands full with Hinnamnor.
yes.
Radar returns once again showing that extremely high rain rates are continuing around this area here. Not far from, what was that place called again? Pohang. Huge rain rates in this area. I'm just waving my ruler about just to annotate more than anything, so don't mind that. But I am going to get the ruler out properly to take a look at the center area of the storm again and see exactly where it is. I reckon it's probably... Let's just go back a frame or two and see if we can figure that out a bit more. So, yeah, it does look like it's in here. And that would put it 16 kilometers from Joji Island, moving away now. And now it's only 16 kilometers from tip of the land there. I think it's called Marunde. And there's
Very
some
close.
tiny
nonetheless,
islands
right now.
out there as well that would be slightly closer to that. From the center of Busan, though, we're currently looking at about 29 kilometers, getting very close. But from what we've been watching, it's going to move this way, and it's going to pass maybe within 10 kilometers of some of these coastal areas, seafront views along Busan. So the danger is still building for the city. Although when you look at this, the radar right now, Kenneth, I don't know whether it's a trick of the technology or whether the western side has just got hardly anything in it anymore and it all seems to have bunched up on the eastern side of the eye.
You're
That's
correct.
pretty much also well, the eye wall is rapidly shrinking, and the inner eye wall combined with outer eye wall because of land interaction. And as I said, the southwesterly shear because of jet interaction in later stages, it has currently made the western side relatively weaker. But on the other hand, of the northeastern side, because of the land-induced convergence, the air lifts because of the land, and as well as the shear going southwesterly, that makes the northeastern side the asymmetry being the strong convection side, as well. That's why the very heavy asymmetry in convection pattern.
Well, we're looking back at that camera right now, looking out at all of these waves rushing in. To be honest, we've not seen much worse since that big one that crashed through.
You say that, and then... oh, boy.
Oh dear, that was good timing.
You sounded very excited there. I don't think that quite fits the mood. But
It was
that
just ironic that you said that, and then,
That was a substantial wave that crashed in there. And there will be quite a few more yet in the course of the next hour to 2 hours.
So maybe just don't say anything about how the wave size, because weather likes to, outplay itself a little bit.
In any case, if you've just joined us, Typhoon Hinnamnor still contains wind speeds sustained of 100 miles per hour according to our latest estimates. That's 160 kilometers per hour, an estimated central pressure of 947 millibars. This remains a very dangerous storm with heavy rainfall lashing the whole country and strong winds, of course. And look at those waves, that's an even larger one, that's enormous. And the rain looks like it's really pouring again, so it looks like this particular area, wherever that is, has entered another really harsh section of the storm. And it's inundation there. Very dangerous to be near the coast at this point.
Yeah. Seems like the waves got mad at you, Nathan.
Potentially. We're still here to take questions as well throughout this event. And if you've got any observations from wherever you are, if you're in South Korea, and if it's safe to do so, please let us know in the comments. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll be able to have a chat about that. There is a question that just came in there, didn't mark us, but I'll mention it anyway. Is coastal surge from only wind or masses of rain as well?
Pressure as well. So you've got three factors here. So you've got the wind pushing the waves on shore. Pressure is obviously like, you know, pushing down on the water. The lower the pressure is, the higher the water is. And well, rain really just speaks for itself.
Yep. Obviously seeming to be getting heavier in that live cam.
New frame from 5:20 a.m. and I'm trying to make sense of it. It's certainly moving now, this storm. It is now 13 kilometers from Marunde, the southern tip of Busan. 13 kilometers offshore. At this rate, it looks like it will be within 10 kilometers of Yeongdo, which is the island to the southeast of Busan, the large island there. It will be just a few kilometers distance, very, very close. It may as well be a landfall. I don't think it will quite get there, though.
Yeah. Doing a worst case here. Just scraping the whole coast.
No, it's not
Well,
a worst case. A worst
Well,
case
it-
would
well,
be the
it's-
eastern side making landfall.
Well, to be fair, yes, but also, if it went over land, it would already start to be weakening. A lot more.
I don't think it would make much difference.
Well,
Moving quickly and all that. Rain rate really elevated again in the Busan area now, and you can quite clearly see that on that webcam. We'll keep taking comments and questions throughout this event. A message there, what is the temperature of the eye of Hinnamnor? Well, it doesn't really have one.
The IRI is completely filled. It is completely filled and only a small core, and that's all.
Let's go back to the view at the skyline camera, and you can see little shades of blue appearing on this imagery now. It's starting to get a little bit lighter out. We're coming up towards 6 a.m. So hopefully soon we'll be able to start to see everything in daylight, including this perspective. I imagine it's all cloud blocking any visibility. And still the winds are strong up at this location, with heavy rains still occurring. We'll see what happens. Back to the camera, the views that Taniel is showing us. I imagine it'll start getting a bit lighter there soon as well.
we hope.
And there is another big wave. Well, it looked big. To be honest, it probably was big, but the half of the rain gets blown away by the wind. half the water gets
Robot
blown away by
Nathan
the
in
wind.
here.
Sorry?
Sounded like a robot. Your connection went all haywire.
No, I don't know. But a lot of those waves get blown away by the wind, don't they? So at this point we are limited, just as most people are, to watching the event unfold before us. Hopefully we're giving you the best analysis and coverage and whatever else. We're doing our best. And what are they panning to now? Is that some starting of... Yep, that's pooling of water there.
Okay.
So it's starting to flood a bit. And there it is again, it's looking even stronger now as another big band moves through by the looks of things. So, dangerous conditions, as I'm sure you already know. Stay indoors.
Yeah.
And this is... everything we show you is pretty much live. This is live views. The radar returns that we showed you are pretty much up to the minute almost, as much as the technology allows. But that road getting increasingly flooded and probably impassable shortly. Another enormous wave engulfs the whole set. And we'll have some more position updates for you momentarily. Send in your comments, start your message with Force 13 all in text, and it will light up for us on our YouTube chat. The latest that I can ascertain is that the centre of the storm is about 13 kilometers off the southern tip of Busan, the metropolitan area, I assume. 13. So it's very, very close to a landfall. Whether it does make one is very uncertain.
I think at max partial landfall, but not full landfall.
And they're looking at the radar down there at the bottom as well.
Still very powerful bands to the north.
Very.
Can you get any yeah, they're circling the heavy part, but was that on your end equate to?
Well, they're using exactly the same imagery from the same site. So and now they're using null school. I'm just getting the new radar to load again. So as of 5:30, and we'll show you the full picture on the radar on my screen. So look once again, even more rainfall occurring in those areas near Pohang. It's been like that for a good 2 hours now, of over 100 millimeters per hour. That is potentially going to be a catastrophe area if that continues, because it will have received 200 millimeters or more in the last 2 hours in some isolated locations south of Pohang. Some other areas near Ulsan, for instance, some decent amounts of rain there as well. Could be half that, 50 millimeters per hour. That's still a lot. Over a 2 hour period, that's 100 millimeters, of course. And now let's check in and see where we can possibly get another fix. It's very hard to pinpoint at this point, but I would say maybe it's here now. Really hard to tell. But if we were to put it there, then that puts it a mere 10 kilometers from Yeongdo, which is the large island to the south of Busan. So 10 or 11 kilometers south of there, So it is making its closest pass right now, guys. And over the course of the next hour, it will be doing that to the whole southeastern tips of the coast. It will miss a landfall. Its eye is not going to make landfall. I think we can pretty much confirm that. But that does not make this event any less serious. The worst conditions are occurring now, and they would have done as well if it was making landfall. The only thing that is a good thing about it not actually making landfall is that all the rains on the eastern side have been spared as well. And that is quite some significant rain there on the eastern side, so that is some bit of good news. But still, when you look further north, lots of rain. Look towards the southwestern part though, they're getting in the clear now, which is good news over there, and the western coast
Big
in
wave.
general just starting to come out.
Yeah, big wave occurred on the webcam just now.
Yep, we're going to see a lot of that.
Yep.
So it's starting to get light in this area now across South Korea, and we're still seeing incredible amounts of energy being sucked out of the storm and through these shores with high waves and strong winds there and extremely heavy rain. Oh, they've just changed the... Oh, they did something there.
Oopsie. That's what they did. An oopsie.
Maybe. And they've turned their lights off at the other place as well, which I can show you. So it looks like they've gone into day mode now. You still can't see very much though. As a matter of fact, you can see less with all the lights before and the rain bouncing off them. Hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit more from this perspective later.
Yes. Hopefully.
In the meantime, this is Force 13 Live. We're covering the very latest on this typhoon, which is one of the most severe typhoons for some time in South Korea. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure what the last storm of this strength would have been. I'm going to find out for us. So, as a matter of fact, I mean, I saw someone comparing it to Hai Shen earlier, and actually it is the same strength as Hai Shen, and a similar pressure. Hai Shen was in
Interesting.
2020. Oh no, the pressure was higher, sorry. The pressure was about 958 at landfall. Just wonder what Kenneth's thoughts are about that. Comparisons to Hai Shen? I don't know if he's still there. Really getting crazy there along the coast now. Wave after wave moving in.
Yeah, so Hai Shen has a central pressure, like, also, I can't recall exact value as well. Like, high 950s is similar. But right now, I found this a station, Ryukdo, 984, 36 meter tall, sea level pressure 957.1 latest data, 957.1, with wind still 26.4 1 minute sustained. So still like storm force winds with higher gusts. Yeah, likely hurricane force still at the eye wall.
Samba in 2012 was also very similar in strength. 959. I was thinking that there'd been I was thinking that there hadn't been one in a good while, but there we go. 2020 and 2012 have storms to match. But I think this one is mainly because of its history as a Category 5, although admittedly Sanba was as well. And it was extreme, and the extreme large size of this. Is that an umbrella that she's broken an umbrella there on the...
I guess someone wanted to
Aw.
fly.
No, not going well there.
But no, look at the signs behind the reporter as well, just flapping
We-
away.
Hmm. Crazy.
Seems like the strongest is hitting now on that live cam. You can see the waves out in the water now since it's becoming daylight.
Oh yes, a little bit more.
Yeah.
Sunrise is like 10 minutes later.
So like we say, there's really not much we can talk about when we get to this stage of the storm. We can only observe what's actually happening on the ground. We can't provide any more forecasts because it's no longer a forecast. It's here with us right now.
Yes.
I guess part of our role becomes a sort of a channel that someone can listen to whilst the storm is rolling in, and perhaps provide a bit of comfort where possible. There's another car moving through. And he's just about to drive through all the flooded portion, or is he going to think better of it? He's turning around, yeah, so he's thought better of going down there because it's flooded there now.
Latest pressure data 956.3.
Wow, 956.3 from where?
Oh, look though.
And
He
where's
can't move.
Hmm?
Uh-oh.
that? Is he blocked off
Oh,
that
no.
end as well?
Yes. He just did a bad move.
Oh, this.
Yep, that's flooded.
Oh dear. See, they're zooming in on him now.
Spotlight.
Spotlight. Live tracking as he backs up slowly. And what I'm watching is very closely in the background of big waves coming.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Oh, here comes one.
No, not much of one.
But it's
Oh, nope, not much of one. Okay, that could have been a lot worse for him.
Oh,
Looks like he's going
a
for it down there
landfall
now.
seems likely.
Really?
Surface observation jump scare. Can you post it up?
Oh no.
It is loading.
Kenneth, what have you done?
I did nothing. But here's the pressure data with wind direction. You can see a nasty.
Oh, I can't bring that up just now. Can someone show us?
what?
I think Kenneth posted something.
Live
Not.
output.
Where did you? Oh.
Maybe
Also, shall note that Tristan is currently letting me know that the eyewall's tornado threat is calming
I'm
down.
gonna post it myself. Can you switch to my screen?
Sure.
But it will officially end in the next 4 hours.
Radar
Do hit-
suggests that the center of the eye is now only 8 kilometers off Yongdo. Let's see what Kenneth thinks.
You can see the station between 910 and 984.
Oh my god.
You can see
That-
the westerly wind bob.
What's up? Oh my! Oh wow!
I saw
Oh.
that wave.
And covered by in-situ station, which means a landfall is
Blimey.
imminent in a few minutes.
Say that again, Kenneth, I'm sorry.
Landfall is imminent within a few minutes.
And you were going off what? Wind barbs?
Yeah, the wind bob, you can see.
Oh, there's a
A
westerly...
wind circulation.
Oh,
Westerly.
cripes. Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Might just be a glancing landfall.
So that would actually suggest that the... Where is that exactly? Oh, it's there. So that would suggest that the center of the eye of the storm, and I'm going to mark it on my map here, is actually here, at this location right there. And that is just off the island of Yeongdo by 2 kilometers. And it's going to make landfall there in, well, minutes. That is a twist there, definitely, because I would have put the eye a little bit further down here. Of course, we're only playing with a few kilometers either side, so these mistakes can happen. So a landfall looks likely now, moving through there and then grazing the coast a little bit further up. And this is happening right now, so I guess we keep our eyes peeled for any eye pictures if there's anything left of an eye.
Yeah, when there's more changes especially in Olokdo, that's pretty much we can certainly call a landfall when the data out.
Big wave.
Yep.
These waves are now extremely visible.
Yeah, look at that. That's insane.
They look like rogue waves when they're zoomed in. You know, I honestly think since it's more closer to land now and we are expecting a landfall, that this is getting worse.
Pressure still dropping 956.6. 1 minute sustained down to 8.4 meters per second.
I swear to God, if one car comes down here, they're getting swept.
Yeah, it sounds like a 955 landfall. I'll make a landfall fix.
955.
Yeah, the current pressure suggests central pressure near 954, 955. Probably 955 I'll go. With a very solid support and a dead center pass.
So that's probably... Oh, I'll have to check again, but I imagine that might be the strongest landfall since Miami?
Maybe, yeah. Pretty much so.
That storm struck in 2003 as a borderline Category 2/3.
I can confirm a landfall between 5:45 to 5:50 Korean time over, the wind direction already supported that.
Yeah.
Here.
Hold on, let's
Yeah,
go back to your
circle.
screen.
I rapidly circle.
So you're marking landfall, yep, and that is literally on Yeongdo Island.
Yeah. I'm pulling the exact spots. See if I do this. I need a Google map. Where's the spot?
Yeah, the coastline outline doesn't match.
Yeah.
Big waves inbound.
Let's have a look again here at these waves.
Back to here.
A serious situation still ongoing here on Force 13 Live. This is the latest on Typhoon Hinnamnor, which is battering the coast right now. And our coverage will continue probably for another hour. It looks like the Korean TV down at the bottom there still don't seem that fussed about running ads. I thought it might have been wall-to-wall coverage.
Wow.
There's some big waves.
Stop showing ads of food. You're making me hungry.
Have you confirmed a landfall yet, Kenneth?
Pretty much, yeah. I can now. It is just, yeah. I'm finding the peninsula name. Just just northwest of Oleo.
Oh, can confirm.
From who?
Well, I can just confirm via satellite.
Don't use satellite when you have
No.
surface observations.
No. Yeah, we'll want to make sure we have a timestamp on that landfall, and so that we all know when it was. I reckon when we look at this, back to this radar imagery, it must be happening right now. The eye center is probably here, which is literally over this island. I don't know if the island's called Yongdu, but there's a place there called that as far as I can see on this map. So the landfall location appears to be here. Those who know this area, you'll know exactly where it is. To the south of Busan by about 7 or 8 kilometers. And that is probably the landfall zone. And it looks to me, Kenneth, as that would have been at 550.
Yeah, the lowest wind 550, 548 to 49, I'll say.
Blimey,
Like,
down to the minute.
Yeah, down to the minute, but yeah, roughly that landfall time, you can declare that a landfall. That is certainly a landfall occurred.
So there we have it, a landfall has occurred, and that's now what we're reporting here on Force 13 Live, Typhoon Hinnamnor. And do you think it's kept the same intensity for the landfall?
I think it weakened somewhat to Category 1 strength, given the 8 millibar pressure rise.
So we're estimating a Category 1 landfall.
Yeah, Category 1. Well, I'm making the landfall fixed, so stay tuned.
Now, I don't know whether those lights are on a timer or whether there's been a power cut, but they just went off. But that building still has power, so I think it was just a timer.
Yep.
And we're still watching all of those waves coming in here.
Yeah, the water line is like literally a foot below the wall at this point.
Wow.
From what I can see.
We should also report some other news right now, and that news at this hour is that K has become a hurricane in the eastern Pacific, now with winds of 80 miles per hour and a pressure of 981 millibars, and they're expecting it to reach 110 miles per hour, which is just short of major hurricane status. Tropical storm watch for Loreto to Cabo San Lucas, and from Cabo San Lucas northward to Puerto San Andresito on the Baja California Peninsula. That's another storm that we're going to be tracking when Hinnamnor starts to die down, but of course most of our coverage is on the landfall of Hinnamnor, which has just occurred by our estimates. We believe this landfall happened at 5:50 a.m. and the landfall occurred in Yeongdo-gu.
Nam District, Busan, South Korea. Landfall site confirmed.
So that's the latest news right now as we see more imagery now in daylight of these waves, and it just looks like crazy.
Yeah, it just looks like a tsunami right now.
So we're still getting crashing waves there as day breaks here in South Korea, and landfall has just occurred, and that the storm will now be moving along the coast for only about half an hour to an hour.
And I can tell you for a fact, if those rocks weren't there, this could have been a lot worse right now.
And then after that it will start to move out again. But once again, I need to bring people's attention again to all of this rain that's currently occurring further north, very close to Pohang, near Gyeongju, very, very high rain rates. Let's go through this sequence again and just watch those areas getting the very dark colors indicating over 100 millimeters per hour, and some areas get that for at least an hour, possibly 2. So some areas there are getting inundated with 200 millimeters of rain per hour just south of Pohang, and that's something that I really want to keep drawing attention to, because that is quite an insane number to be getting. Anything above 50 is extreme.
Yes.
And they're at 100 per hour right now and still going.
What's that in
hasn't let up
inches?
yet.
Nathan?
That is 4 inches per hour.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a foot every 3 hours if it holds. God. Back to
Crazy.
Daniel's imagery and the webcams there. Once again, watching those waves just rolling. They're just so, look so
Surreal.
I forgot the
I
word
guess.
I was looking for. But yeah, something like that.
Honestly, I feel that wave coming up right now, about like a foot taller.
Have you got any thoughts, Kenneth, about or any observations actually of maximum winds so far?
The maximum winds are still, well, only the gust winds may reach hurricane. It's still mainly storm force winds within the
Yeah.
eye wall, but I don't know if the blocking effect may hinder the true winds. So I go with the pressure rising trend of 8 millibars and go with 75 knots for landfall. I'll read the fact. September 5th, 2022, 2050 sea landfall. Hinnamnor 35.2 north, 129.3 east. 75 knots, 955 millibars, category 1, with a northeast 0.0 at 28 knots, 55 kilometers per hour. Landfall site, Nam District, Busan, South Korea.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, thank you for telling us that. But I still just wanted to know what the actual highest observation has been so far. I mean, we know that it's going to be higher than what they're saying, but I'm just curious.
55 as the
55 knots?
as the pressure data turns southwest to west. Now pressure rises back to 957.7. It's 559.
Okay, we're still watching this camera right now. There's not much else we can really do. You may be seeing the eye of the storm in some areas. As a matter of fact, let's go to our skyline camera, which is showing a bit clearer images here. This could be part of the eye that we're looking at, or just another slot. And you can see cloud moving by pretty quickly there. On a normal day, you'd be able to see down towards Busan. Yes?
Ginor's wave
This one?
about to hit.
Quite a big one. Not the biggest we've seen. Imagine what that would have looked like under the cover of darkness. There's another one.
Still big waves.
Keep
yeah.
overtopping the wall.
These waves are severely eroding those rocks, though. That's the one thing that happens from these storms. Even though you will have the rocks for this storm, will be less of those for the next time, or it will be smaller. Some debris on the road.
Yep, and more flooding starting up. That road's still passable.
Still passable.
Quite easily, actually. Look at quite a lot of debris. Are those rocks, do you think?
Possibly rocks, maybe pieces of brick.
There's something else there. There's quite
Oh,
a bit
the
of debris
crab
when you're
fella.
looking closely.
There comes a ginormous wave, or if it seems lit, just a rain curtain of water. That's a big wave, but I
Yeah.
think half of it will be. It's hard to tell because it can be out if this. It's all we should be thinking the rocks that are right there right now because it's degrading the wave as it's about to crash against the wall.
Yeah.
If it was a pure wall, and no rocks, well, be a very different story every single time one of these waves would hit. But you know what? Lot more of the walls should have in development is it curves outward. It's not just a up and down wall. It has a curve that reflects the water back outward.
Hmm.
That's been tested and proven that it keeps most of the water out, even if it's ginormous waves.
So that's the way we'll be going then.
Hopefully in the future. Some beaches already have it, but eventually it becomes like, you might want to have rocks there to degrade the wave and those walls. But eventually, surge will become too much and it will eventually go over. But
This storm made landfall at 5:50 a.m., which is just nearly 20 minutes ago. Parts of the eye appear to be moving over some extreme southeastern parts of Busan right now. It made landfall.
Oh,
What's
actually,
that?
those pieces on the thing might be from the sidewalk.
Oh yes, look, paving slabs have been removed.
Ripped.
Wow. So we called landfall 20 minutes ago nearly at Yeongdo, which, as far as I can tell, is a quite sizable island to the south of Busan. And then Namgu. And then on to Jeongdong, which is probably nearly there now. And then it will continue northeastwards just past Ulsan and beyond. So, again, a very dangerous storm. Our team have downgraded it to a category 1 now with
There's a big one.
wow, with 85 mile per hour winds. I won't be able to get to update the graphic this hour though, unfortunately. We will be finishing our coverage at the end of the hour, but we will still have our automated stream, which will continue showing you latest imagery of the storm from above throughout the rest of its life. And there's obviously a lot to talk about.
Should live redirect people to that stream.
Yeah, we tend to. More dangerous waves here. Just going to work with some settings here. I know that some of our team have already gone away.
It's like mainly you and me. David's here. But muted. I'm staying until the end. So I'm
Let's go back to
I'm committed.
Sure. Let's see if we can look back at some more radar imagery, because this situation is changing all the time, and we might get a better view of where we think the eye is right now in real time. As of 6 a.m, the radar picture across South Korea looked like this. So first of all, I want to point out that it looks like you're near the all clear now for southwestern areas. You're getting out of the rain. Look at that wave. Another one blowing right in.
That I don't know what that is, like right next to the wall, but whatever that little structure is, just is getting obliterated every time there's a big wave. What's that?
What's what?
I just saw water come from... Ooh. That might not be good.
Oh.
Yep, they popped off. Those look like sewage drains or just
Yeah.
drains. That's dangerous because if someone falls down there, God knows what would happen to them. And it looks like one's like about to explode off.
Oh, right. Yes.
You know, this kind of reminds me what happened that one time when the things started exploding in New York. Remember that whole thing with the potholes exploding everywhere around the Northeast?
Not really.
There was a time where they were exploding for no random reason and shooting around like 50 meters up into the air and
Wow.
coming crashing down. It was due to fires and stuff and pressure,
Yeah.
which
Be a
was
lot of that
very
involved
deadly.
down there right now.
Mainly due to water pressure now.
Let's go back to the radar to tell you all about the current situation. So again, still mostly concerned about this enormous dark area, which is denoting more than 100 millimeters of rain per hour.
There's a
just
person
south
down there.
of Pohang. There's a person who's venturing down there?
Yeah. If you look down near like that secondary wall across the street where waves have gotten to, you can see someone down there. Very dumb move. You should stay at least in the building, in at least the second story would be probably safe. If not even the third.
We've seen waves this evening that if someone had been there on foot in the road, they could have been killed, depending on whether they hit something or not.
Yeah.
So
Very
it is certainly not wise to be out there right now.
Yes.
And waves have
Definitely.
completely overtopped that second wall as well, where he's standing, taking pictures probably.
Or video. Probably both.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either. Big wave on his way, and he should be careful. Person is fearless.
You probably can't see those waves coming.
If I saw those like waves, like just like the overtop, I'd be like,
one.
okay, goodbye. I'm coming back. I would be dumb. I'm not that dumb to be staying out there even for like a minute. If it can take pieces of bricks off the pavement,
Yes.
it can sure as hell throw you across your feet. And why is there, just please go, no, just get out.
This car
There.
just went by as well. Yeah.
It's not worth you trying to be near there. To be fair.
We're just looking at the radar then again, and it would look like the eye is probably around about the center of the eye, somewhere around here. Maybe here now, which would be right on the tip of Jungdong.
The true responders in any of these situations of hurricane, typhoon, or whatever are the first responders and police officers.
There's some more big waves.
Bro. Oh, dear.
Well, he's in it now.
What is he doing? I'm sorry, I had to laugh, but what was that? He just like started bouncing up and down like he's excited about a wave hitting him.
Was it really?
Yes, he was like jumping like,
geez.
wee!
Let's take a look
So
back
dumb.
at the skyline camera, and you can actually see most of Busan now on this imagery. It's still very windy in this location, but it's cleared up a little bit. That's probably part of the eye, or maybe it's just the western side of the storm, which is a lot more weaker than the eastern side now at this point. Still strong winds. You can see the camera rocking about. In the distance, you can see a lot now in visibility. Camera quality isn't the best, but that's the view looking down on Busan right now. I assume the storm's moved off to the left, Can still see some clouds over there on the left. And this must be pointing up southeast from a mountaintop somewhere to the northwest or the north. So that's on one side of town. I assume the webcam we're looking at with Daniel is on the other side of town, and that is showing a much different picture. No sign of the sun coming out there, or clear skies, or...
That guy seems to be moving back indoors, possibly, or further up the street, off the cam.
I mean, it looks decidedly dull there. Usually when you get blue skies, it reflects off the water a bit and it turns a bit more colourful, but looks pretty dull.
Definitely some damage on the roadways
Yep.
and just around the area in general. Erosion. I
Yep.
wonder if there's any other street failures underneath, because there's like an underneath section. Wonder if any of the water's seeping through and leaking from above. Nonetheless, it's probably going to cost a few $1,000s to repair. Make sure everything's all good to go. The drainage system, I wouldn't be surprised if there's failures in there consistently.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Oh,
Okay, I returned.
welcome back.
Yep, if you missed it, like some of our viewers may have if they've just joined us, this storm we estimate made landfall at 5:50 a.m. Current time now being 6:17 Korean time, and we believe it made landfall in Yeongdo and then moved on to Namgu very quickly, and is now appearing to be making its closest approach to Jeongdong, and will then start heading back out to sea. So,
Now it would be bad if someone was right there
Ah.
where that wave.
well, that guy was just then, my goodness. You see?
Reasons that you don't go out in a storm. Part 5.
But I imagine at some point, I mean, we don't know exactly where this camera is, but it must be very close to the center of the storm now, and I'd be surprised if we didn't see some inkling of an eye passage or something.
Definitely has gone brighter out, but
Yeah, maybe.
might be like scraping the edge of the center. But one thing that we're going to start seeing soon is that these waves, if it's not already doing so, going the opposite direction.
The waves?
Because it will be not coming in, it will be going out because of the wind direction change. Of the back end.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that.
Wondering what, I don't know what angle, like where the waves, they're coming in. Well, it might be going like sideways from this camera at that point towards the right side, moving that direction, which I feel like that would be even worse.
There's one.
Oh my god. That looks like it just might have gone right through the first story of that building off to the left.
I don't know about that.
More
But
debris
as-
just got pulled from that area, though.
Quite a bit of debris down there. You'll see it especially when the camera zooms in again at some point. So, dangerous conditions continuing across South Korea this morning.
Yes.
I just want to see if I could get onto... There's nothing else I can really show just at this point. So, why don't we go back to some other camera shots whilst the Korean television down there is playing ads, and look at some satellite views as we enter the daylight hours. Let's take a look at the rapid scan geocolor. There it is. We should see some daylight entering the area now. Here it... Oh, it didn't quite come yet. The imagery is a
Very
little
close.
bit, yeah. So some of that occurring. Also, this imagery quite clearly showing where the bulk of the storm is and where it's going to be heading next, continuing northeastwards. So it's skimming the coast there and has made landfall. We estimate
We're about
winds.
to go offshore soon.
Yeah, we estimate winds are about 85 miles per hour, category 1. I know it still says 100 on our graphics, we just aren't able to change our graphics, so we're just leaving them on.
I say anywhere from 85 to 90.
And if you missed the other breaking news, it was that K is now a hurricane in the Eastern Pacific and might become a major.
What's the wind speed on it right now? 75? Question mark?
80 miles per hour, straight in at 80 for K.
Wow.
And we'll be covering all of those other storms in our tropical weather bulletin later tonight.
Thanks for letting me know all the suffering I have to induce for the
Yeah.
next week.
It's not
Myself.
it's not going to be a live one though. It's going to be a standard
Unless it makes landfall.
standard
as a
tropical
major.
weather bulletin tonight. But if anyone has any questions for us whilst we're here, we'll be finishing up at the end of our hour here, because most of the storm will have moved through the most vulnerable areas by then. But let's not forget that we are still very concerned about extremely high rain rates over some areas along the eastern coast near Pohang and Gyeongju. Again, we'll show you some radar images here. We'll just watch these two waves because they look pretty big first. Maybe not. Well. Yep, they're crashing through. Let's take a look at some of this radar imagery. This is from 6:15 now, and again we're still looking at radar estimates of in excess of 100 millimeters per hour rain rates near those areas
There's a
I
police
mentioned.
officer. Well, a police car
Pohang
going
and Gyeongju. So we are very concerned about that. Those rain rates are very high. That is 4 inches per hour, if not more, in those areas. 100 millimeters per hour. And that is a serious problem in that area, and that's possibly been going on for 3 hours now. So that could be a foot of rain potentially in that amount of time. Look further west, and parts of Western Korea are starting to enter the clear, and you can see on the western side of the main part of the storm even, it's really not so bad on the western side. Winds will still be up there, but the rain will really taper off quite a bit. Eastern side, very powerful still, but I really think it's that northern area where that western eye wall should have been. It's just ended up being displaced further north, and as the storm breaks apart and it continues to interact with this front. But when you try and trace the center, I reckon it's probably here now, and that would put it just off the coast and is starting to pull away very close to somewhere. I'm trying to figure out these places. But right on near the eastern edge of Busan by now.
Sorry, I'm kind of just going, and everything. I'm just tired.
It's that kind of stream where we're sort of...
It's like we're kind of like hitting dead ends of what we should say and stuff.
Well, it's just that we are usually quite specialised in forecasting storms and explaining how things might be, and explaining the structure of a storm, and explaining what it's doing. But when it comes to land impacts, really, what can you do much else than watch? Because we don't really have people on the ground, although people can send in your comments and reports from the ground if it's safe to do so. Look at that wave projectiling across the street. And, you know, all we can really do is we're reduced to not much more than talking heads responding on what we're looking at in front of us. But we can of course take questions. More comments from other commenters here. Lava Command says...
That's Tristan.
Just lost it, is it? NHC said that Earl is supposed to get larger due to the trough. Bermuda needs to keep a close eye on Earl's track. I agree. I think Bermuda could get taken by surprise with Earl because latest trends are taking it a bit closer, and you could be looking at tropical storm force winds now. How high is the surge? Question mark. From what we're witnessing here, what would you say?
Probably 8 to 10 feet.
That much?
That's what I've heard in places. Maybe not necessarily here. I would probably say 6 to 8 feet, possibly. I don't know what it looks like on a normal day, but I would assume pretty low. See 2 people casually walking on a sidewalk across the thing.
Yeah.
Why? Every single time I'm gonna say why, because you're dumb if you do that. Should seriously not be out in these conditions, and not just having a generalized conversation while there's surf like that behind you.
Were they really waiting for traffic to not be there to cross the row signal? Please tell me no.
I don't
I
know.
think they were.
Oh my goodness.
Were they waiting for it to be, cross?
Well,
That's... Book it.
Gotta respect the traffic.
Man.
The invisible traffic.
Well,
Oh.
I don't really know what to say about that.
People
So
were too
casual.
funny. Yep, they're just walking casually like nothing's happening behind them.
I don't know. If they'd have seen some of the waves before, they'd be quickening their pace.
They're just like, what's going on here? This is a lot of damage.
But then maybe
we should be no concerned.
Well, yeah, but then maybe we've seen the largest waves now. Do you think?
Who knows? It seems to... I was about to say it seems to be dying down, but never mind.
Not dying down, but that we might have seen the largest waves. That's a
You
large
think?
one.
Nope. Hey
Oh, I
guys,
actually went through.
it looks like it just damaged the front of that building because I just saw something fall off
Oh, I
that
didn't
building.
notice.
There was like something that just like fell down. I glanced. It's like a bit of probably siding. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if a window fractures or breaks from the power of the... It probably has already have a window or something broken from the wave passing by. Waves. But still some powerful waves to be seen here. Honestly, we're probably only seeing the tiniest bit of
it's
what's
just a little
actually
snapshot.
happening. Honestly, down the coast it could be a lot worse.
We still don't know exactly where this camera is, though.
Nearby, up another car. There goes someone flying down the road.
What?
There's like just was a little
that
piece
flew
of something.
out.
Look like side paneling or like wood.
And you can see the presenter down there on the Korean TV looking at those very high rain rates again. And they're circling that definitely, because those are extremely high rain rates occurring near Pohang and Gyeongju. Possibly, how much was it? Possibly 300 millimeters in the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
In some of those areas, or more.
That pocket of rain has seemed to get a little bigger. Of like the heaviest.
Yeah, actually it has.
Like more broad, like the whole band. That's a tad bit concerning.
It can't last much longer though, because it'll be following the storm.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it. It shows no signs of shrinking yet though. It's just remarkable.
Only getting bigger.
When we look back at this imagery here, you can see it once again. You've basically got half an eye wall now.
Yep.
And a big line.
Yeah.
And that's just where the left side of the storm has just completely come away. But yet it is still delivering huge amounts of rainfall, maxing out the scale again. 100 millimeters per hour or higher in those areas. Quite a large area, and it wouldn't surprise me if we saw some major flooding emergencies in that area.
Yeah.
Some of it is moving offshore now, though, so that will happen slowly. Yeah, it can't last much longer like that really intense band.
Hopefully.
Some more comments then. Are we monitoring 91W? And they call it a tropical depression, so is it?
Check. Give me a sec.
I don't know who. It's not JMA haven't called it a TD, so I don't know if it's JWC or if it's anyone.
Give me a sec. Which one was it?
But 91W, but it's something we are watching. I don't
Yeah, that
think it's
one's
going
going
to do
toward
anything anytime soon, though.
anytime soon. Well, it's like 200 hours out. We'll
Yeah.
have to be watching it, but because it gets the models are all everywhere, but a lot of them are showing a Japan landfall, which I find interesting. Or going right next to the same area as the storm is right now,
Jeez.
which would be horrific.
George says, what was the reason this storm has a low pressure at that intensity? I mean, really, broad storms where you think back to Hurricane Sandy, 940 millibars and 90 miles an hour? Was it? Or 100? A more strange wind pressure ratio than this one is, actually, thanks to its huge size and its half tropicality, I guess. I mean,
Wait, what were you asking?
We're talking about the reason it has a low pressure at its intensity. It was a Category 5 once, so the pressure went way down, and then it blew up in size and became enormous, and that really contributed to that pressure drop and kept it really low as the storm weakened quite a lot, and the pressure just remained for at one point, was it 115 miles an hour and 927 millibars, I think it was.
Yes. Sounds about right to me.
And once that starts, that trend generally continues all the way through.
Yes.
So I hope that helps. In the meantime, we're still just watching these images. Let's take a look back at one of our other views. This is from the Skyline Cam, looking down on Busan. Quite a sprawling city. You can't really see much there. It actually looks pretty calm. It doesn't look like there's much rain falling there at all. The wind is still blowing. You see those close trees just underneath the fence. It looks like they're still getting maybe 20, 30 mile an hour winds.
Sounds about right.
But they are on the good side of the storm now, so it's really going to calm down, and the storm will be it will be over soon for parts of Busan, to be honest. The eastern area is still right in the storm though, as we can see on that radar once again. And just to get, let's reload the page and get a new update. See if we can get a fix on where the center is. Let's grab that again. and it's either that blue dot there or one of these. Let's just put it in the middle. I reckon the storm's around here, now 6 miles offshore, moving out again. 6 miles offshore, the very eastern part of Busan metropolitan area. Further north, that rain is still really intense, so...
Me casually is watching forecast models.
Look at how long that really heavy rain has progressed. That's terrifying. That definitely is over 2 hours now. So that's 800 millimeters right there. Not 800. 300, 200 millimeters right there.
I just saw some
Still a
guy
lot.
on a security camera get hit by a storm surge.
Hmm.
In the nighttime hours, which again is one of the main reasons why you should not be outside, especially if you're on the coast, because storm surge can be a very big threat. And as from what I've seen, storm surge can injure people and get people hurt. So just don't go outside at all.
Of course.
Don't be stupid, practically.
Storm surge kills, and so does flooding.
How many people, on an average, die from storm surge?
I don't know.
Or like percentage usually?
I don't know, but it was
a lot.
Often
a decent amount.
It was often touted that flooding, which I guess you could put storm surge into, is accountable for 90% of deaths.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
because here's the main thing with storm surge, especially when it's like beachfront houses and stuff. It can lift houses off the foundation, and if people are inside it, the house can start sinking, practically. And then people are trapped inside, and you get the story with that. Or people get caught outside in a storm surge. They don't realize it's coming, and they get swept away and drown.
It's what a lot of people down here in Houston and Crystal Beach had learned from coming after Hurricane Ike in 2008. That was a big lesson that a lot of people learned after the hurricane.
Yeah. Never be stupid enough to go down there at the coastline. If I was going to go down, if I had to go down, I would be very extremely paranoid.
You just started driving down the wrong side of the road then as well.
I mean, at this point, does it really matter?
I don't know. Who knows what's around that corner?
Who's gonna stop you?
Oh, you see, there's someone just coming the other way. Could be the same person.
Probably. Run. Just get out of your car and run.
They're wondering what to do as well.
It's seeming calmer.
Yeah, it is.
I wonder if the winds are shifting direction. He says that, and then immediately a big wave is forming right behind it.
No, but you look at the whole sea there, it looks less.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just using my eye.
That car is just like, don't mind me, I'm just gonna drive down the street. Still choppy, but not as
Definitely.
bad.
The storm is starting to pull away from South Korea, but it is still slow, and it is only about 6 or 7 kilometers offshore. But the western side is much different to the eastern side, as people in Busan are starting to notice. Still, on the east coast towards Pohang, I've got to keep mentioning that. Really, really high amounts of rain falling there, and I am concerned. Another vehicle there.
Oh,
It's
Oh.
the intersection of indecision right there, it seems. We're just watching this basically at this point.
Yep. Look at this
Turn
car.
around, don't drown.
Just book it down the street, man, and just go like.
Go for it.
Just. I don't get why people are being so slow next to ginormous waves.
There's debris in the road there, though. But then again, what is he doing
It's
now?
not.
What are you?
Giving us an aneurysm.
Who is driving that car?
I'm sorry, but the way that
And then
you
we're gonna
said
see
that.
that car make another U-turn.
Well,
We're gonna see that car make another U-turn.
People in Korea are just funny.
I mean, then again,
It's
they're
a
not used to having to
generalization.
deal with tropical cyclones.
that's a generalization you've made based on watching 6 cars.
Watching 6 cars. Well, people that drive around in storms are funny. There we
It's a
go.
Cars movie.
Yeah,
Oh, here's a huge wave.
that's potentially quite big. It looked big.
Pretty big.
Yeah, lots of onrushing
Yeah, I'm not an
water
expert
again.
on. At this point, we're just watching.
Well, we are. I mean, there's not much else to do at this stage, as we've mentioned.
Me literally like a foot away from my monitor at this point.
We don't have a
Staring
huge
down
amount of
pixels.
information. We just know that, just to reiterate some information, the storm made landfall at 5:50 a.m., which is nearly an hour ago, and it made landfall near Busan. It made landfall on Yeongdo-gu, and then moved on to Namgu, and then on to Jeongdong, and has now just left the coast near Hakri. Is it? Hakri.
Great.
I'm gonna try to pull up more information if there's on Twitter.
It could have been a whole lot worse than it was. Wind speeds when it made landfall were estimated to be 85 miles per hour and a pressure of 955, I think it was. According to Kenneth, our chief analyst. I know we're still displaying 109.47 on our graphics, we've just not got them updated. But
Starting to get up visible shots now.
we will be finishing our stream soon because there's not a huge amount else to talk about.
About 17 minutes.
And at that point, we'll be throwing you back to our automated stream, which shows you live imagery of the storm from as many angles as we can from satellite. Another vehicle going by there.
You know, people, you can always swing. I'm not going to do that.
But yeah, great time if you want to ask any questions or if you've got any observations on the ground or any stories you want to send in to us if you're anywhere near the storm. As long as it's safe to do so, please send us a message. Start your message with Force 13 all in text.
The only information I can get from South Korea is that Jeju Island on the 4th of September recorded 10.7 inches of rain from Hinnamnor's outer bands. But I have no information of today or really anywhere else.
Someone big must have sat on that bench.
Oh, come on. More comments here. What is the name of this ocean cam?
It's
I have
all
no
in It's all in Korean. So can't.
To translate to English.
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't translate that either, sorry. But there are some Koreans in the chat, so maybe you could get some help there. Ombra says, which stands out the most, Sarah, Miami, or Hinnamnor? Good question. I think I would still say Sarah because it was the strongest. And I'm probably going to do some more research into Sarah after this storm, actually, and see exactly what happened with that one.
Another car.
It's the
Yeah,
same car
well,
we saw last.
it actually, I think it is.
Dun 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 dun.
Oh my
Just-
god, another U-turn coming.
They're just getting ready to play Mario
Stop going
Kart.
in circles.
Yikes. More comments. What is the cloud top's temperature? Alright, we've not looked at that satellite view for a little while. Let's have a little look. First of all, just show you that radar again on our way to get there. And... oh, I thought it was going to load, and it hasn't.
Negative. I see negative 20, negative 70 degrees cloud tops.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there's still quite a lot of those. All of those black and grey areas, that's minus 70 degree cloud tops, which is still pretty good. I mean, that storm, from a satellite perspective, still looks pretty good.
Yep.
And on radar, I suppose, it's not that bad either. All things considered. It is still definitely a typhoon.
By the way, Nathan, I want to say something here while we're at it, since it's decently quiet. On my own live stream, I made a poll on what people would think it would be at landfall. And I'll read out the percentages. 31 votes.
Mm-hmm.
And it was highest, which I think we people were overperforming.
Is that the same car? No, it's
Who
not.
knows? Definitely similar. Highest right now, that was in the lead, 35%, Cat 3. Almost made it. Second, I was shocked by this. I put it in just because it had a slim chance of still sustaining. Cat 4, 25%.
Come on, guys.
At 22%, Cat 2. And at 16%, Cat 1. Now I would shout at myself live on stream, but I know you would get mad at me.
Yeah.
Especially in a code red.
Especially in code red. Some other time, collaboration will happen.
What are these? Oh, and these are journalists, maybe potentially.
Not in a
Possibly.
truck like that. Oh, those people?
No. Yeah, there's people that are taking images,
Hmm.
and there's a construction man.
Have to do some work out there, or what?
Well, I'm just
Wow.
wondering if this truck was coming to do recovery on all these
It's just
on the
like,
debris,
nope, I'm
but
out.
no. There's another way big one coming.
People,
No.
when they
Run!
people,
Christ.
people, when they tell you to not go outside, don't go outside.
Outside. Pretty apparent.
It's getting quite busy down there now, comparison. It is still quite early, of course, in South Korea. We're coming up to an hour since landfall. It's still only 6:48. And you see on that that TV screen down the bottom there, flooding.
Oh my!
A lot of flooding.
I don't know how much in feet is that, but like
Looks like quite a bit. And this is probably nowhere near the areas that we'll be seeing that have got the heaviest rainfall.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty insane.
By the way, just to keep you guys up to date, I'm still in at least, like on the fringe of a flash flood warning now.
Weather all
there's
over the world.
Yeah, just to keep you guys up to date, here in New England, we're in a moderate for flooding.
guys, please just. What are y'all?
Oh my-
Stop taking photos.
Just giving me an aneurysm.
Do that somewhere else.
Wait, what
Wait,
are
is
they
there
doing?
debris that's being
Oh,
picked?
you
Yeah,
can
there's
see
a-
those winds now, and they're blowing the opposite direction.
Ah,
Guys, the wave picked up some debris.
I don't know, but I can definitely tell you those winds are blowing the opposite direction now to earlier.
yeah.
And they're getting some. They're getting some wins there right now. So it's not all hunky-dory on the western side of the storm.
Yeah. Why do people give me an aneurysm? Because they
I
do.
want to. I think that South Korea is very lucky to have the geography that it has.
Uh-huh.
Because if it was somewhere like the Gulf Coast,
Yep.
it could have been multiple different endings.
Oh my god. Don't even get me started. If you can't
What
tell,
are you
I'm
doing crossing the street?
if you can't tell, I'm literally having a headache over these people.
Oh no.
Don't go down in the hole.
Maybe
What?
they're analyzing
I
I
damage.
swear.
Do that after it
They
passes.
don't look like damage analysts. Let's just say
They
that.
really don't.
They look like the SPC.
Hello, what did I just join back to?
We're just watching
Um,
some people there in the flooding area. Well, the surge area.
They're
They're-
giving me a headache.
Criticizing.
We're seeing on
people
some
I
of
see
those
it's-
screens, though, lots of flooding by the looks of things, and it's going to get worse for some areas. We're still looking at enormous amounts north of Busan.
Oh, there's a
Yeah,
car.
no, that's not
And there's
good.
another
I
guy
mean,
running.
I see it's daybreak over there right now,
Yes.
so that's at least a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about dipping out. Like I said, there's just been another thunderstorm over in my area. The
You're
second
fine,
consecutive
Christian.
night.
We've been holding
Yeah,
down the fort.
Weather everywhere. Flash flood warnings near Daniel's house, Christian's thunderstorms, and of course the typhoon, which is what we're covering here live. We are
We're gonna be
about,
underwater.
yeah, we are about to call it a wrap in a
Wrap.
few minutes, but we'll just keep watching this for the time being. We'll then go over to our automated stream. This storm.
Oh, he's getting close to the oh my.
Oh, here we go.
God.
This storm still has the potential
Run!
to be a serious rainfall disaster that's still ongoing, with more rain still expected for some areas further north. Rain rates in some areas are still near 100 millimeters per hour, and that's been going on for at least 3 hours.
Oh my God.
They're going to get smacked up against that building if they're not careful.
Go inside.
If you can't tell, I'm struggling over here by people being stupid.
I think. Wait a minute. I don't know. It might be because of like the raindrop, but is that like? No, it can't be.
Okay, I'm still getting
What?
a piece thundering over here.
It looks like to me that there's like a portion of like the cement that's
Yes. We
Yeah,
saw
okay.
that earlier. That's definitely happened. A lot of paving slabs have come loose.
Unfortunately.
like, what the?
Yeah, not
What are
good.
you doing?
Who's doing
Sitting
what?
there.
There's 2 cars now.
Oh, he's
One's taking
turning
a
around. He's
U-turn.
turning round.
Oh no.
Oh, wait, what the? Wait, what on earth is he doing?
Why is there so many
What
cars?
was that?
Both playing
was that?
Mario.
Well,
Oh, God.
someone's
Stop
going to end up
getting
driving
me
over
out.
that hole in a minute.
Yep, and get their wheel jammed as a ginormous wave comes.
Ugh. These two are
It's the
back.
same-
Careful. Car, be very careful of the
Oh.
hole. No.
I'm sorry, was that a manhole cover?
Yes,
Yes, and
It's clearly just a manhole now.
it is.
And it looks like it got completely lifted to water pressure.
Yep, and we saw another one
Oh,
almost
no.
come
Oh,
loose
no.
earlier.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Oh my
Uh,
god.
Car.
Oh no.
Hmm.
I'm gonna
Oh
start.
no.
Do I have to just get my
Oh,
teleporter
no.
ready to tell these people to go bye-bye?
I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know.
Are
What?
people in Korea stupid of going near the coastline? What do you expect?
It's just that in their defense, Korea has not had a major not even a major hurricane, a hurricane
How
hit.
about they do their
I
research
see.
on other hurricanes?
Well, typhoons, either
Or
or.
typhoons.
But they have.
They're
It,
not-
the last one was Hai Shen in 2020.
But was
What
it
are
a
you
typhoon
doing,
at
my
landfall?
guy?
Yes.
Oh,
It
My
had,
bad.
I mean, and that was just Eastern Korea. I mean, this is the area we're talking about. But Daniel, let's not tar all Koreans with the same brush. You've only seen about
Oh,
10
there's
of
a
them
big
so
wave.
far.
I know. The ones that are supposedly out in the storm, the ones that are the interesting
what
type.
are these two doing?
I don't know.
Oh, the saturation fixed itself.
Yeah, that's better. It was overexposed before.
Uh-huh.
There we go.
Oh no.
Giving me an aneurysm.
Uh-oh.
right now.
Uh-oh.
We're fine.
Okay, that could have
That's
been worse.
no, I don't.
Oh, there's a big one.
It looks big, but
Oh.
the wind's blowing against it. I don't know if it's gonna.
Guys, just go. Just
Oh,
don't-
here it comes. Again, could have been worse.
You see,
but,
these waves aren't going to carry that much weight anymore because the wave's blowing against them.
Yeah. Oh,
And there's some guy.
There's our
And
man.
looks
Oh,
like the
okay.
main
So this
cam
is-
went out.
so
What are you
okay. So this
doing?
is their actual news coverage then.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Plenty of views there.
Korea in some places is on life support.
Yeah. Also, there's the local time in the lower right. Those of you curious to know.
We can't see
Yep.
it.
Oh,
But it
well, I
is
can.
6:57.
And that means we're gonna be going off the air shortly.
Yep, it does mean that we are finishing up here. There, once again, is the skyline
Warnings.
camera from Busan, and it's a bit calmer there. Still quite windy, actually. It's on the other side there. No, it is windy there, not calm. Not much rain falling, but the winds are back up there at that location.
I have a good radar. Right there.
They do have a good radar.
They spent a
They
few
do have a
thousand
good.
bucks.
That's a pretty good radar.
Compared to what we have access to.
Well, we have access to what the national agency is using. But there we
Okay,
have it.
looks like they're expecting upwards of 200 millimeters.
Yeah,
Yes.
Good to know. All right.
something
That's
like
just
that.
on the eastern side.
And then this is the wind speeds, I believe. Wind gusts, maybe?
In
Gusts, maybe in kilometers an hour. Yeah, in kilometers an
Oh.
hour. So
So what's that in miles per hour? Can Nathan or someone calculate that?
So they're expecting wind gusts there of up to 215 kilometers per hour, they're still saying, so that is a lot.
miles per hour.
that's about 135 miles per hour. So that's
What?
gusts.
Oh.
Oh, they've got a TV advert going on.
Good.
Oh,
Time for
never
us to
mind.
finish our stream here. Thanks to everyone who took part in today's live stream. On our landfall coverage of Typhoon Hinnamnor. It made landfall at 5:50 AM Korean time, very close to Busan, and made probably a couple more landfalls after that. It's now moving out to sea again, and it is weakening. It is still a Category 1 and very powerful, dangerous
On our
storm.
estimates.
Yep, on our estimates. But that's it for our coverage. We are going to go away now. We'll be directing you to our automated stream when it cuts off, and then after that we have our live not a live one, a normal tropical weather bulletin will occur in about 2 hours time. But it's been I wouldn't say a pleasure, but I hope it's been useful, our streaming here today, and hopefully we'll be able to see you again soon in better circumstances. This storm could be a massive flooding problem, and that is what I'm mainly concerned about here. But for now, that's all from us and the team. We'll see you again soon. Good morning.